Are you happy with your Big Ten team after 2 weeks? Are you happy with the Big Ten? Do you think the Big Ten is a good conference? Do you think that the Big Ten is the best conference? We will explore all of the above. And of course, the deal at Michigan State. Welcome to the Voice of College Football, everyone. Breaking down the game we all love each and every day with you. It is the best discussion, debate, and analysis because of your contribution. Appreciate you being here. The link is in the chat to join the show. And we also left that on Twitter as well. We will have a number of guests stopping by Big Ten Media to talk up the conference and what lies ahead in week 6. Week 3, which actually is 6. Week 3, yes, 6 ACC opponents. So we're going to walk away from week 3, unfortunately, because of the scheduling, knowing little more, basically nothing more about the elite, the top of the conference, as Ohio State, Michigan, Penn State play nobody. But we're going to know a lot more about the depth of the conference, the mid-tier of the conference, and the low end of the conference, and see how strong the low end of the conference is. As again, 6 games. This is basically reminiscent of basketball with the ACC Big Ten Challenge. So appreciate you all being here at the Voice of College Football. The Amazon links in the description section of all the videos. So grab it, put it somewhere where you will remember it, and you can help us grow the channel by using the Amazon link. It's the same shopping experience for you. Doesn't cost you a penny, so why not? And you help us build the channel. We've got an SEC channel that we have launched about a month ago. The same with the Big 12. And even if you could care less about the SEC and the Big 12, if you're seeing the big picture in regards to, again, supporting all that we do here at the Voice of College Football, please subscribe to the SEC and the Big 12 channels. You'll see those channel links in the description section of all the videos. Why don't we get right to it? Certainly much to talk about concerning the play of week 2, spinning forward to the play of week 3, and the mess that's at Michigan State. If you want the full rundown of the conversation that we had with all of you and our take on Mel Tucker, the allegations, the response, the evidence, and all of it, then please check out the live stream that we posted on Sunday. All right, here we go. Welcome into the Voice of College Football. We've got Christopher here on the line.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. How you doing tonight?
Fine. How are you?
I am doing just fine.
Oh, I can't really say anything about the Mel Tucker thing, Mark. I don't really know anything about it.
Well, that's quite all right.
I mean, I know he coached at Colorado for, was it a 2 years or just one? I don't really even remember.
1 season.
I mean, he didn't do too bad. I mean, I think he beat Nebraska. You know, they weren't bad. They weren't terrible. They were, I have a hard time kind of remembering, but
they won 5 games.
And then I don't remember if he was under contract, but I know he kind of left them. I don't want to say in a lurch, but I think it's after he left, they had to hire, what was his name? You know who it is, from UCLA?
Yes, Carl Durrell.
Yeah, and then I don't think he did as well, but I don't know. I honestly don't know what they look at as far as who they hire. I mean, you probably know a lot more about it than I would, but I think he had a Colorado connection, but I'm not exactly sure what it was. I don't think he played.
I don't know about his Colorado connection before getting the head coaching job. He was the offensive line coach at Georgia before that.
Oh, okay. I thought they brought him in from UCLA.
I'm talking about Mel Tucker.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I was going to ask you, Mark, this game coming up this week for Ohio State. If I'm doing my math correctly, which I want to think I might be, you know, you're actually playing a pretty good team. You might not think so, but Western Kentucky, they're not too bad.
Okay. I'm not playing them myself, but yes, so Ohio State's playing Western Kentucky. They like to throw the ball, so this is going to be Ohio State's first chance to really check out the secondary, the pass rush, and see how all of that is functioning against a decent opponent. We could check out their numbers. Of course, Bailey Zappi was their quarterback a couple years ago who set all sorts of records including the all-time touchdown record for a single season.
Well, I'm just kind of, I do the math, and I'm not saying I know everything that, a person needs to know to really know, but assuming I'm doing it correctly, it's roughly comparable as if you're playing Brigham Young this week. You might not believe that, but yeah.
I don't believe that, but so you're basing that on all-time numbers? Or are we talking about this season?
No. What I do, I only did it this last week, but I crunched the numbers, and like I said, unless I did them wrong, which there's always that possibility, but assuming I didn't do them wrong, you're actually playing a team that's roughly as good as BYU and also as Minnesota. Somewhere in between. Minnesota's a little bit better than they are, and BYU is actually a little bit worse.
I'm going to repeat my question. Are we talking about 2023? Or are we talking all time?
Oh no, I don't. It's only for this season. I don't base my numbers on. I mean, I think I base part of it on what the historical part is, but it's not. I don't really use that.
That's all my question was. So this is based on this season,
right?
Of these teams playing 2 games,
and they're both top 40. I mean, you're playing a top 40 team, so.
Well, Western Kentucky is not a top 40 team. Your metrics may say that they're a top 40 team, but they're not a top 40 team. Now, they've only played 2 games, so obviously I'm not saying that your numbers are incorrect. I'm just saying that they're unreliable because everybody's played 2 games.
Well, they're limited. I understand that. And I don't, like I said, I don't know if you had a chance to look, and I'm not saying you necessarily need to, but under your top 25 that makes sense, I posted, not the complete, because I have to work each one out separately, but I posted what I thought was a pretty comprehensive list of where I think the teams are. And I have Georgia actually outside the top 40. So based on the 2 games that are 3 or whatever it is that they played, they're actually not ranked as high as Western Kentucky right now. So yeah, it's limited as far as what they played so far. I understand that.
Sure. But no, I get what you're doing, and there's validity to what you're doing, but to say that Western Kentucky is better than Georgia or that they're a top 40 team in the country, well, I get what you're doing. In some ways, you're doing the same thing that I'm doing to a certain extent. But and so I barely have Georgia inside the top 25, but they're obviously much, 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 much better than that.
We're only as good as who you play. I mean, I don't know. I have Georgia at 41 right now, I think. And I'm not saying that they're going to stay at 41, but that's assuming, of course, that I know what I'm doing, which I'm just, that part you have to kind of, make up your own mind about that. But
that's I'm looking up Western Kentucky right now. Who have they played?
I think they played, honestly, there was one team, it was Bethune Cookman. I don't really know, but then they played like Arkansas State or somebody. They haven't really played anybody all that great, but, they played, I don't have their schedule in front of me either, so I can't really tell you directly, but I think it was Bethune Cookman. Does that sound right?
Cookman. Yeah, so they played an FCS team. I would think that would be difficult to measure in your metrics playing FCS teams.
Well, it's really not my metrics, but that's fine. I mean, you're entitled to your opinion, but assuming I'm doing it correctly, like I said, it's as if you're playing BYU this week. So you might think about that as far as, in fact, I was even going to maybe make a little friendly wager with you about who you think might win.
You're going to make a friendly wager with me on who's going to win the Ohio State Western Kentucky game.
Yeah.
Okay. So what's our wager going to be? Well, I'm jumping on this as soon as possible before you come to your senses.
I have a couple of helmets I can send you, and I'll just send them to you if you want them. I mean, I used to have 3 of them, but I lost my Colorado State one, but I have a Colorado and Air Force Academy. So I'll just, when I lose, because I expect to lose, I'll just mail them to you.
Well, I don't want to take your helmets from you, and I don't want you to go into a bet that you know that you're going to lose.
Well, I mean, I guess what I'm trying to explain to you is I'm confident enough in the way I do my metric to say that it's, I mean, maybe not to the directly, like it's not, you aren't playing BYU, but.
Where's Ohio State ranked?
Oh, you'd have to look at it yourself. It's under your top 25. Look at it. It's like 16 or something like that.
Okay.
They're like 20 points. They're like 20, I think they're like 20 points ahead. Position points. Okay. They're like 16, top 16, maybe even 15. I'm not really sure. And I have Western Kentucky. I think I have about number 35 or 36. And then I think it's Minnesota's 35. You're playing a team that's a little bit worse than Minnesota. You might be surprised how good they are.
We're playing a team that's a lot worse than Minnesota.
Again, Mark, I'm just telling you what I know. You know, if you don't want to believe it, don't. But
I don't believe it. I understand your metrics. I know that you're adhering to your metrics, and based on what has been evaluated through 2 games, I got that. And when I say that they're a lot worse than Minnesota, it depends what your definition of that would be. I would say that Minnesota is one of the 40 best teams in the country, and Western Kentucky's more like in the 80 range.
Okay, well, see, that's where we disagree then, because based on what the numbers tell me, which is I'm just basing it off of numbers. I'm not basing it off of anything other than that. Like I said, I have them ahead of not by a lot, but marginally ahead of BYU is where BYU is right now. And I have BYU at 37. So that means Western Kentucky's number 36. If you don't want to believe it, I guess you don't have to. But.
Well, I believe you. I believe that's what your ranking is. I don't believe that that's valid. Now, I will say that if your system is valid, that the more games are played, then the more it's going to line up with reality.
I designed it so that it's good from the get-go. I didn't really design it so that it's better it's really not works. It doesn't really work as far as like, oh, now more games. I mean, yeah, that definitely applies, but it shouldn't really take 100 games to get it to where it's like, it should only take like 3 games or whatever to where it's really working pretty good.
But so what happens the first game of the season? If you have nothing to go on and there's no context given or no judgment made, and it's just based strictly on statistics, how do you evaluate the team that has the best statistics in the nation is the best team in the country after 1 game?
You know, again, I don't actually, the information I'm taking is from an independent source, so you'd almost have to ask them what they use it for. But yeah, I take the numbers that they provide me, and then I use that in this is actually the first week I've been able to use it, because the week before it didn't have enough numbers on it to work with, but this week it did. So I think I got when I tell you they're number 36, I'm not just throwing that at you. It's where they are. It's the same thing I told you before. I mean, if you don't want to believe you're playing number 36, don't, but you know, that's what it tells me.
I understand that. And I respect that you're adhering to your rankings. Ohio State is not playing the 36th best team in the country on Saturday. Now, that being said, we've got a number of people gathered here to talk Big Ten football, Chris. So what do you have for us?
Well, that was it. I mean, I think you ought to, it's like as if you're playing BYU. If you don't want to believe that, don't. But I think you'll find out on Saturday that I'm right. But whatever.
And what does that even look like? Ohio State could possibly beat BYU by 40 points. We don't know.
I don't think you're going to beat them by 40. I think maybe.
What do you mean? I'm going to find out. What does that mean?
How good Western Kentucky is when you play them on Saturday. You're going to find out.
Yeah, we are. Exactly. Ohio State might win by 10. They could win by 50. Yeah, we're going to find out how good they are on that particular day against Western Kentucky. You're right.
Well, it's goes a little bit further than that. You're playing a team as good as BYU. That's the whole point I was making.
No, they're not. So, well, and Georgia's not the 41st best team. So, it's one thing to say, Chris. Let me finish this statement here. So, it's one thing to say that I have a system, or I have adopted a system, and this is what it's telling me after 2 games, that Georgia's number 41 and Western Kentucky's number 36, etc. Hang on, let me finish my statement. It's one thing to say that's what the numbers are telling us, and we'll stay with the system and we'll go through the season. And as more games are played, of course, it's going to be more valid, the numbers. But it's another thing to say Western Kentucky's the 36th best team in the country and Georgia's the 41st best team in the country. That's ridiculous, because that would be like me. So you look at my rankings, my top 25, that actually makes sense. Those are based on the results on the field. But at no time do I ever say, this is a list of the best teams in the country. I have never said that. People sometimes confuse that, and I have to clarify. I am not listing the best teams in the country 1 through 25. I'm attempting to list. I'm not saying it's a flawless system. I'm just saying there are judgment calls to be made. I'm basing it on the resume of each team in the country, and I'm listing the 25 best resumes in the country. Georgia, in my rankings right now, is number 25. but Georgia is not the 25th best team in the country. They are arguably the best team in the country, and they are certainly not 5 spots behind Western Kentucky. Now, if your metrics say that, I have no issue with that. But for you to say that Western Kentucky is the 36th best team in the country and Georgia is the 41st best team in the country is beyond ludicrous.
Not after this short of a season. Not after this short of a season. That's part of it. Is like we've only played what, 2 games or something.
I understand, and I have no issue with your metrics that spit out what they do. But if you're telling me that Georgia is the 41st best team, then that's nonsense.
I don't think so. I think you're not really being fair about your criticism. I mean, you're entitled to your opinion, no doubt, but I'm not putting Georgia anywhere. I'm just telling you that's where they are. I mean, I don't know. Maybe after 6 weeks they'll be number 1. I don't know. But right now they're number 41. And then Auburn's the first team, right? By the way, and I have Miami, Florida second, and I have Texas third, and Rutgers fourth.
Whoa. Who's the number 1 team in the country?
Auburn.
Yes.
Miami, Florida second, Texas third, and Rutgers fourth.
Auburn, Miami,
Texas,
and Rutgers. Okay.
Yes.
Where's Florida State ranked?
6.
Okay.
Like I said, I put it on your top 25. I didn't really know where to put it. I just put it there because I didn't know where else to put it. But we have Michigan number 10, Colorado number 9, UCLA number 8. Southern California is barely in the top 30. I know it's going to make Tim mad, but I mean, I don't know.
Well, I understand they haven't played anyone, but your number 1 team has not played the best opponent.
California? I don't know, Mark. I mean, you critique it all you want.
That's just crazy.
Okay, well, anyway, that's who they have at first.
It is clear to see that the best wins in the country, as we stand right now, are against LSU. They're against Alabama. They are against
I understand
Clemson.
What you're doing, but I'm just telling you that it's probably a different procedure than what you're using. So you have Florida State number 1. That isn't what shakes out on the way I do it, but that's fine. Like I said, I have Auburn first, but we'll see. I guess we'll find out as they get more games under their. I'm not saying they are the best team. That's just where they are right now. So.
No, I got that, but now see, before I was okay with your metric needing just more data to prove something out. I don't know that it really
does. I mean, it works pretty well. I mean, that's kind of my point.
Hang on. At first, let me finish my statement. At first, based on my understanding of it, I was okay with the system that you have needing more data to align with reality. But if after 2 weeks, your system is telling us that Auburn's resume in the country, that's insane.
Okay, well, anyway, that's who I have first is Auburn.
And that's probably because Cal just annihilated North Texas the week before.
Oh, I don't. I'm taking the data from. It's not my data even I'm using. It's somebody.
All right. We've drifted way off the Big Ten. My apologies to all the Big Ten fans out there. We are going to get aligned with the Big Ten live show here. All right, Chris, anything else with the Big Ten?
I already told you. It's like you're playing BYU. You don't want to believe it. Don't believe it. That's who you're playing this week is BYU.
I thought we were playing Western Kentucky. I thought Ohio State was playing Western Kentucky.
You're playing a better team. So you better come prepared to beat them.
Well, I have nothing to do with it. So it makes no difference to me. I don't prepare the team. I have nothing to do with it.
Things don't happen too often, Mark. That's why I wanted to bring it to your attention. I mean, I don't know the last time they even played each other. Do you? It's been like 20 years ago.
Yeah, I don't know off the top of my head. I don't remember Ohio State playing Western Kentucky.
That's who you're playing this week is BYU.
Okay, fine. We'll have to alert the head coaches of the 2 schools that they need to show up at different stadiums than what the schedule is telling us. All right, Chris, anything else on the Big Ten besides that Ohio State's playing BYU magically on Saturday?
Plays Rutgers, they better come prepared for Rutgers too, because like I said,
I see that. Okay. I see that Rutgers is the what? The 5th?
4th.
Fourth.
Yeah.
Whatever. I don't want to say best team in the country because I don't know what that ranking is actually telling us.
That's what it says to me.
Okay, Rutgers is the 4th best team in the country.
Right now.
And
Yeah, I mean,
Auburn.
It's probably stay that way, but.
And Auburn that needed 3 field goals missed by Cal on Saturday.
Yeah, I don't know. My guess would be that they probably don't factor those things into it. But yeah, it's like I said, I take the data from somewhere. Sports Reference, it's their data. It's not my data. But yeah, I use it and then I put it in. I crunch the numbers, and that's what it says.
Well, I love the Sports Reference site. They display a lot of good statistics, and it's very exhaustive. But either they have a bad system in this case, or you're interpreting it incorrectly. One or the other. It's got to be. That has to be the explanation.
Oh, I see. You're not being fair again. I think I'm using the right data, and I think it's reliable data, and I think I'm using it in the right way.
It must not be.
No, I am.
There's no way that wins over New Mexico State and Cal equals the #1 team in the country.
Well, California must have been a pretty good team. I don't know what to tell you.
They're not.
Okay. Well,
all right. Thanks, Chris.
Have a good day. Thank you.
All right. Again, like I can throw out my top 25 that actually makes sense. And when people don't understand it, I get it because it looks funky and doesn't look right. And the best teams aren't at the top at the beginning of the season. And I get that because I'm laying out a resume, but at least it makes sense because it's based. But when you tell me that Auburn, having defeated New Mexico State and Cal by 4 points, is the #1 team in the country, and Rutgers, having defeated Temple and Northwestern, is the #5 team in the country, then that system's not even taking resume into account. I don't know what it's taking into account. Maybe statistically, those teams were the most statistically dominant, but I can't even imagine that after Auburn barely squeaked by a marginal at best Cal team. All right, let's talk some Big Ten football here. We've got Cole on the line. Cole, what's going on today?
How's it going, Mark?
It's going pretty well. How are you? Hello, Cole? Hello, sir? I believe we have lost Cole along the way. All right. We do have the Nebraska helmet featured prominently, too. All right. Appreciate everyone being here. The Voice of College Football. It's our Big Ten show that we do each and every Monday. It is the Big Ten Live Show. We got John D'Adamo standing by at 8 o'clock Eastern Time to take your calls as well. Amazon links in the description section. When you shop on Amazon, please use the link that we provide. Also, you Patreon folks, you understand that right now I'm 27-14 against the spread. 27-14 against the spread. So we've got YouTube memberships and we've got Patreon memberships. You don't need both. Make your choice. It doesn't matter. We will provide the same benefits to both the YouTube platform and the patreon.com/MarkRogersTV. You get my picks, 27-14 against the spread, 31-10 against the money line. You also get our media contributors who select a 12-pack of games each and every week. Also, the Discord link will be provided for everyone, whether you're on Patreon or on YouTube. Before I get back to Cole, hopefully his link is going to work here. I wanted to run down a few things. Of course, again, the Michigan State thing, I will get into that if you would like to call and discuss Michigan State. Otherwise, all that I have to say, I've looked up more information here in the last hour, really didn't find anything that would cause me to respond in any different way, except for Mel Tucker had his response and he has released his response. Maybe we'll look at that real quick, the Mel Tucker response, because otherwise, everything that I have to say at this point, besides maybe looking ahead to Michigan State candidates for a head coaching replacement for Mel Tucker, it's out there. We went live for 2.5 hours on Sunday to discuss a lot of good phone calls, a lot of good discussion, a lot of good perspective from many of you. And so please check out that live stream. Again, I'm still open to discuss that, but I have no further statements to make about Mel Tucker in particular. However, I would like to get to would like to get to his statement. There are a number of interesting comments made. All right. So what we have here okay, Mel Tucker's statement was released by his attorney, Jennifer Belville. I want the statement. I don't want an interpretation of the statement. Here we go. Brenda Tracy's allegations of harassment are completely false. The proceedings initiated by Ms. Tracy are devoid of any semblance of fairness for any matter of this importance, and the university's hearing, in quotes, scheduled for October 5th and 6th, is so flawed that there is no other opportunity for the truth to come out. That is why I share some truth with you now. I helped bring Miss Tracy to campus in the summer of 2021 because I support her mission of sexual misconduct prevention. This single presentation was her only paid engagement with the university. We developed a mutual friendship that grew into an intimate adult relationship. At this point, my wife and I had been estranged for a long time. Miss Tracy and I engaged in dozens of calls throughout the fall of 21 and winter of 22, many of which she initiated and which occurred late at night. We both talked about all sorts of intimate, private matters. She told me that I could trust her, and I proceeded to do just that. I was absolutely unaware of the previous negative comments that she had made about iconic MSU coaches, then President Engler, MSU in general, and even her more recent criticism of Coach Harbaugh that I learned about during this investigation. The 1,200 pages of investigation materials that Ms. Tracy released to the media contains a number of important facts that any fair-minded person would want to know in evaluating the situation. Even the investigator hired by the university found that we had a personal relationship and that we shared deeply personal and private information with each other. Ms. Tracy encouraged our personal relationship by inviting and accepting gifts from me. Inviting gifts. Interesting phrasing there. During this investigation, Ms. Tracy admitted requesting and accepting my gift of expensive athletic shoes, a $200 Venmo payment, and a Venmo payment. A personal contribution to her nonprofit. Not only did she accept those gifts, but she had to provide me her shoe size and address to receive the shoes and her Venmo ID to receive the money. In this day and age of technology, all these things should be able to be verified. Yes, I did have a late night intimate conversation with Ms. Tracy in April of 22. Again, as even Ms. Tracy's statements to the investigator confirm, this conversation had nothing to do with the university and was outside of the scope of Title IX or any university policy. By the way, while press reports have called this a Title IX investigation, that's inaccurate. The university admitted there is no Title IX jurisdiction, so the investigation of my private life was relegated to an alleged policy violation. While I am saddened by Ms. Tracy's disclosure of the sensitive nature of this call, let me be perfectly clear. It was an entirely mutual, private event between two adults living at opposite ends of the country. She initiated the discussion that night, sent me a provocative picture of the two of us together. Okay, that would prove a lot. Suggested what she may look like without clothes, and never once during the 36 minutes did she object in any matter, much less hang up the phone. Following the call, it was not until 4 months later, only after Miss Tracy's next paid presentation was postponed, and only after I complained to her that she and her assistant were spreading rumors about my marriage. This gets pretty detailed. I didn't read it this far. That she ever told anyone, including her therapist, best friend or attorney, that she was offended by the call. In fact, she gave me every indication that everything was fine. She sent me a Happy Father's Day text 2 months after the call, repeatedly expressed a desire to return to MSU, telling my assistants that she had a close to relationship with me. Also, contrary to her allegations, I never canceled any presentation. Given a personnel change and scheduling challenges as football season approached, we merely postponed it until January of 23. She chose to file her complaint instead of proceeding with the training. There's a lot of good stuff there. Wow. Okay. A lot to get into. Okay. We're going to talk some Penn State football. We've got Marty Leap stepping in here from Penn State Rivals platform. Marty, what's going on?
Hey, Mark, how's it going? Sorry. Hey, didn't realize
Doing
that
pretty
my
well.
unmute
How are
button
you?
didn't work at first. I'm doing good. Much better than people in Michigan State are probably feeling today, man. Just what a mess. What a mess.
What a mess
listening to
indeed.
you read that there. I knew he released the statement, but that was the first time I'd really kind of gone in depth on it too. Listening to you read it and just goodness gracious.
Yeah, so I kind of glanced through the first couple paragraphs and I thought it was mighty interesting, but that was the first time I read it from start to we didn't even get to the finish there. And you talk about detailed. Usually it's a kind of a statement to say that's completely categorically untrue and blah blah blah. And I am confident that we will get to the bottom of this and the truth will come to light, kind of thing. But man, yeah, he went into details. All right, well, let's go into Penn State details. 63-7 over Delaware State. And, of course, the opening night win against West Virginia, in which I believe James Franklin covered the spread, scored a touchdown with 5 seconds left. Was that in part, and was anyone questioned about that because of the Neil Brown timeout call?
I wouldn't be surprised if it was. James has done that in the past when coaches have taken timeouts in scenarios like that. It was in 2017. They were playing either Georgia State or Georgia Southern. I forget which one. And there was a very similar thing towards the end of the game where their coach had called a timeout instead of just kind of letting things run out. Then they decided to attempt a field goal with the score like 66-0. And then Franklin proceeded to ice the kicker with 3 seconds left in the game, leading 66-0. And they wound up missing the field goal. And people made a big stink about that. So every now and again, that salty side of him does come out. And that may have been the case. But at the same time, he made some valid points. You had your backup quarterback, Bo Pribula, who did not play at all in a game last year. You wanted to get him legitimate game experience. And also for Bo, he's a kid who grew up about an hour and a half from Penn State. So for him to be able to get his first career touchdown under the lights of what was essentially a whiteout, that meant a lot to him also. So there were some legitimate factors and reasons there for them doing what they did, but I wouldn't be surprised, even though they probably never admitted if that timeout by Neil Brown was one of the factors too.
This is neither right or wrong. This is just where I stand on this, that I don't like coaches running up the score and so forth, but they have to run their team. They have to practice against. They only get 12 games, and that's the best practice that they can get is to line up against West Virginia. And so if they're winning by 40 points, and I know it wasn't a 40-point game, but it did reach 31-7, that, hey, this is the best practice we can get. And especially for the backups, you're going to continue to run your offense and you're going to continue to do those things. Now, when the game's inside a minute, I would favor coaches just kind of sitting on the ball, letting the time run out and so forth. But I also believe that that's not right or wrong. That hey, if they're all big boys, they're on scholarship. They talk a big game about being tough and being able to take anything. So hey, if your feelings are going to get hurt by that, it shouldn't. All right, on to more important matters. Drew Aller was the offensive player of the week in the Big Ten for week 1. So obviously we've seen him. It's not like this is the first time he stepped on the field, but it was usually 5, 6, 8 pass attempts in meaningful games against good opponents. He usually got that one kind of drive or a look, depending on Sean Clifford's health and availability. So he pretty much showed what all the hype is about.
Yeah, if you're a Penn State fan, I think for the first 2 games, I mean, as you said, you kind of got to take some of this with a grain of salt because, like you said, they played Delaware and a bad West Virginia team. But what you wanted to see most was to see Drew come out and just control this offense. And that's been the case. I think what is most encouraging to me with him is, especially against Delaware, and again, it was Delaware, but Delaware runs a 3-3-5, which you don't see a lot of. That can be confusing to decipher, and his pre-snap reads and checks were so good. That was the one thing Sean Clifford always excelled at. Now, once the ball was snapped, you never knew what you were going to get from Clifford, but pre-snap, he was phenomenal, and you can tell Drew definitely learned a lot from him last year. So that's what's most encouraging to me. And then just, I mean, anyone who's watched them this year, you can see the arm strength. That touchdown throw against West Virginia on the first drive of the game, the way he stepped up in the pocket and just with ease flicked that ball 40 yards down the field to Keandre Lambert-Smith. It's special. There's a lot of special talent there with Drew, and you're starting to scratch the surface of it. And big test this weekend, first career road start against the Big Ten team too. But yeah, if you're anybody associated with Penn State, you've got to be tickled pretty with what you've seen from Drew Allar so far.
So my attention was divided during the West Virginia game. I was watching it. It was in front of me the whole time, but there were other games on. So, and then Delaware, I didn't see one play except for there might have been 2 highlights on TV while watching other games. So through 2 games going into the Big Ten opener, what would be positives, and if there are any negatives or still questions that are lurking, what would those be on either side of the line?
I think in terms of questions, you still don't love what you've seen from the defensive tackle group. That was a big question mark coming into the year. Now, I'll say that with the caveat that Kazai Izzard, who is their best defensive tackle, has not played yet. He was hurt for most of training camp. The last week or two started to practice more. And I think it's a lot of, hey, if we need you to beat West Virginia and Delaware, we've got bigger problems anyway. So just get healthy for Big Ten play. So getting Izzard back, hopefully this Saturday, should go a long way. But Mike linebacker is still a concern also. This linebacker group, obviously very good with Curtis Jacobs, Abdul Carter, true freshman Tony Rojas, who's a borderline 5-star guy who you're going to see a lot of this year. But the one touchdown Delaware scored on Saturday was a 66-yard touchdown run. They had like 130 yards of offense total, so almost half of the yards given that one play. Middle linebacker Tyler Elsdon, I don't know what he was doing. All he needed to do is fill the hole and wrap the guy up, and he gains 3 yards. He didn't fill the hole. He got washed out of the play, and next thing you know, 66 yards later, the running back's gone. And Elsdon was a weak spot on the defense last year. We've started to see Kobe King, the twin brother of Kalen King, play more at Mike. But I do wonder if when you get in to conference play against schools like an Iowa, like a Michigan, who are going to really try and run the ball at you, do we potentially see Abdul Carter slide to Mike linebacker and Penn State go with 5 defensive backs? Because they play a lot of 5 defensive back sets anyway. So I'll be curious to see what they do there. But, I mean, it's really nitpicking. They've played extremely well the first 2 games. They had a lot of penalties against Delaware, but against an opponent that's tough to get up for, you can have some sloppiness. And a lot of the penalties, too. I remember Michael Robinson on the broadcast even mentions effort penalties. The guy down the field, there was a long run that got called back because an offensive lineman who was finishing his block down the field got called for holding. There was a face mask where they went to wrap the running back up and happened to get a hold of the face mask. Like things like that you don't excuse as a coach, but hey, you know what? You were just trying to make a play and stuff happens. But yeah, there really hasn't been a lot of concern these first 2 games, like I said, other than maybe defensive tackle, but getting Izzard back there should help a lot. And maybe Mike linebacker, but even that, I think they'll be okay because, like I said, they can always slide Abdul Carter over to the middle if they need to.
Now, we talked about it during the offseason, and you can give your assessment, most notably against West Virginia, since they are a Power 5 team. But the wide receiver position in regards to finding guys that will really change games and scare the defense. What's your assessment of the wide receivers after 2 games?
Probably ahead of what I would have thought. I mean, Keandre Lambert-Smith, you felt good about, but you needed to see it from him. You needed him to prove that his strong finish last year wasn't just like a 2 or 3 game flash. Went for over 100 yards with 2 touchdowns against WVU, finished with something like 6 catches for 80 yards this past weekend. So he has picked up where he left off at. Malik McLean, who transferred from Florida State, has been way ahead of what anybody anticipated. There's some rumblings that he might be one of those guys, and you see this, who they don't practice well, but once it's game time, they can shift into another gear. And I think we've seen that from him. Trey Wallace, who the staff is high on, has had a good start. Liam Clifford, Sean's little brother, looks like he's going to be a very reliable, just kind of move the chains on third down type of slot receiver. And then Omari Evans, who is also projected to be a starter, didn't play against WVU and is very limited against Delaware due to injury. So, there's, again, similar to the defense tackle situation, reason to hope or some health you can improve more. But yeah, I think the receivers they've been better than what you could have anticipated. And, with the tight ends they have, with the running backs they have, and with Keandre Lambert-Smith, you really kind of just needed one or two more guys to step up and consistently catch the ball. And we've seen that from Malik McLean, from Trey Wallace, from Liam Clifford. And then you just factor in that, Drew Allar is the kind of quarterback you expect to elevate your receiver room. So you throw that in there, and I think they'll be okay at receiver. I always thought they would because there's so much talent there. It was just unproven. And factor in the kind of quarterback they have, and I think they'll be all right there.
And we should expect to see more of Dante Cephas, who has caught 3 passes.
Yes, I think they said all along Cephas was a guy who he tried to transfer in for the spring semester and couldn't because he had to finish up some classes at Kent State, who he really needed that time just to learn the playbook and that sort of thing. And, his snap count against Delaware tripled what it was against West Virginia. He had a rough drop against West Virginia. It would have been a touchdown, but against Delaware, caught both targets. So I think as the season goes on and he kind of integrates more and more into the offense, you'll see more of Cephas.
Marty Leaps here, breaking down some Penn State football with us. The Big Ten openers in Champaign against Illinois. And you can catch Marty's work at Penn State Rivals. You see his Twitter handle right there, MSJ41817. And I'm going to make a prediction that this game will not go as many overtimes as the last one.
I sincerely hope so. I don't know if I can ever handle a game like that. Even if Penn State wins it this time, I'm not sure I want that ever again.
This Illinois team lost a lot on defense. Some of the better players in the Big Ten on that side of the ball. And they were supposed to be nearly as good on defense. Despite those losses, they've got a really good defensive front and front seven. But, man, they were chasing Kansas players all over the field, like Devin Neal, who had 10 carries for $120, and Jalen Daniels, their starting quarterback, who surpassed 300 yards total offense as they got behind 34-7. So they're looking for a big bounce back at home. Of course, it's a Big Ten game, but just your thoughts about matching up against Illinois' defense. I expect them to, again, show up for a Big Ten game here.
Yeah, this is definitely one that, 2 weeks ago I think, you would feel a lot more uneasy about. Illinois honestly probably should have lost to Toledo and then came out and got rolled over pretty good by Kansas, which is wild to me because Illinois, their defensive line is really, really good. So, I mean, the running game, obviously, it's worked against them this far this year, as you've said. So I think we see a healthy dose of Nick Singleton and Katron Allen, especially with it being the first road start for Drew, 11 a.m. local kick. There's a lot of variables there. Almost a little bit of a trap game because you got the whiteout against Iowa coming up next weekend. And that's a game that after what happened the last time those two teams played, I know the coaching staff has that one circled. But I think they'll be okay. I think this definitely I could see it being a game where, some sloppiness with the 11 a.m. local kick. In Illinois, as you said, they're going to get up for a Big Ten game. Brett Bielema will have them ready to go. I could see it being close and Penn State able to pull away late and win it comfortably. I mean, if it's early in the week, but if I had to make a prediction now, I'd say probably like a 10 to 14 point victory. And maybe one of those like 10 to 14 point type victories where you never really feel like it was in doubt, even if it's close, because I think Penn State's defense will be more than Illinois' offense can handle. But yeah, regardless, it'll be a good test because they are a talented defense no matter how they've played. Brett Bielema is a very good football coach, in my opinion, and the first career road start for Drew Allar. So it'll be a nice test for this young offense and for Allar to see what they can do. And that I'm sure Penn State had once I know I mentioned them having the Iowa game circled, but I'm sure they don't exactly feel the warm and fuzzies about that 9 overtime debacle a few years ago. So they'd love to go in there and get some revenge for that one as well.
For everyone that's watching, of course, you're all Big Ten fans for the most part, looking to see Penn State play Michigan and Ohio State. These next 2 weeks are going to give you a pretty good look in terms of not that, again, Penn State's not going to be a solid, if not heavy favorite in both games, but coming up against more talent and just more toughness at the line of scrimmage, and that Iowa defense obviously is no joke. But they first have to get through Illinois. Marty, appreciate you stopping by. Everybody check out Marty's work at Penn State Rivals. Anything in particular that you're working on?
No, I think I mentioned last time I was here, but it'll be up either Tuesday or Wednesday this week. Every week I do what I like to call Friday Night Lions, where we check in on the commits, how they performed the previous weekend, how their seasons are going, highlight tape, stuff like that. So, if that's something you're interested in, come check it out. Because, I know the reason I started doing that is because there's not a lot of places that cover how commits are performing very much. And I was just curious how it was going a few years ago. So I started doing it and stuck ever since. But yeah, for game recap stuff, I'll have you covered for position grades every Sunday, and just whatever else pops up throughout the week, we will have you covered at Happy Valley Insider.
Marty, appreciate you stopping by. Enjoy the game on Saturday.
Thank you, Mark. Anytime.
Good stuff out of Marty Leap. You see his Twitter handle on the banner right there. Follow him there, and his work at Penn State Rivals. Marty has joined us for a number of years to break down some Penn State football for us. So we appreciate Marty. Cole, we apologize for not getting your call. We tried a number of times, and then you came back, and we were reading through the Mel Tucker statement, and then we wanted to get Marty on the line. So if I have a media guest, I want to get to them as soon as possible because I have invited them here. But the lines are open, folks, so please give me a call. The link is in the chat. We will leave it here again. I want to get back to this Mel Tucker statement. And we've dropped the link in the chat. Before we get to the Mel Tucker statement, a few things I wanted to highlight about Big Ten play, both from week 2 and what is coming up here in week 3. One would be, let's start on that Illinois same beat that we were talking with Marty about. Kansas rang up 539 yards of total offense against Illinois. That was a game that I anticipated watching, was one of the under the radar type of games, Big 12 and Big 10 getting together that I really wanted to see. And I was largely disappointed with Illinois' effort, and just they weren't fast enough. They weren't quick enough. And Kansas offense, there you saw Illinois running a very traditional offense, traditional by today's standards, against the Kansas offense that was too unpredictable for them. So the two big discrepancies between the teams was the varied offense that Kansas brought to the table with the added dynamic of Jalen Daniels as a runner. And then on top of that, Illinois just was not quick and fast enough to stay with Kansas, and again ran a very methodical Brett Bielema style of offense, which is very effective at times. But when you get behind 34-7, Illinois made a nice comeback. They got within 34-23 with about 5 or 6 minutes left. They never really seriously threatened, although it got interesting to a certain extent, but couldn't complete the plays. It was Luke Altmaier's second start at Illinois. He completed a big 4th down pass on the closing drive against Toledo to pull that game out with a last-second field goal, but couldn't work any kind of magic in Lawrence, Kansas. So matchup between the Big 12 and the Big 10, what you would consider to be like-seeded teams. So this is not like the best team in the Big 10 facing the worst team in the Big 12 or vice versa. These are like-seeded teams. And so what did we see? We saw the Big 12 was much better than the Big 10 on Friday night in Lawrence, Kansas. For that one particular game, Illinois could not stay with Kansas, and Jayhawks win it there. 539 yards of total offense. Think about what Illinois did defensively last year against a schedule that included Michigan. Who else did they play in the Big Ten Eastern Division? I believe Michigan, Michigan State, and whomever else they beat up on. Indiana, they lost to Indiana. So as Michigan, Michigan State, Indiana in the East, and Illinois, of course, played all those bad offenses outside of Purdue in the West, albeit in some cases effective offense at Wisconsin, effective offense at times at Minnesota. And their non-conference game last year was against, who was their big non-conference game? That was against Virginia. Then they played a bowl game against Mississippi State. And again, against facing one of the top quarterbacks in college football in Will Rogers, Illinois showed that even missing some defensive players that opted out for the NFL draft, that they could play top-notch defense. They trailed that game until the closing, or they were leading in that game until the closing seconds and gave up a last-second field goal and then one of those crazy, you throw the ball about 18 times behind the line of scrimmage on a kickoff and give up a bad beat touchdown against Mississippi State. So Illinois' defense was legit last year. We'll just say it. They were legit despite some issues and some limitations by the offenses on their schedule. They were legit. And they got torched by Kansas for 539 yards. The quarterback had 301, Jalen Daniels, and Devin Neal, 10 rushes for $120. So we'll see if that's an aberration and see if Illinois can tighten it up. They certainly have the defensive line to do so. With a top 10 or 15 defensive line in all of college football, at least that's what was projected. And sports fan, yeah, Illinois could still win the West. They could. We, on a regular basis, see Western Division champions lose out of conference games. Happens all the time. Shoot, Northwestern lost to Akron. They lost to Akron and still won the Big Ten Western Division. Before I continue my rundown of my thoughts about Big Ten play in week 2, and we'll look forward to week 3, of course, and 6 games against the ACC and more on Mel Tucker, we've got Minnesota Dave on the line. Minnesota Dave, what's going on?
Hey, what's going on, Mark?
Are you there?
Yeah.
There we go.
I'll have to make it quick. I'm at work right now. I don't know what's going on with injuries, but I'm hoping that Brendan Stanford, our tight end, he got injured on a drive, like the second to the last drive against Eastern Michigan. And a defensive line player that was filling in for our number 1 defensive line player is also injured. Our backup defensive line player got injured. His name, I think, is, I want to say Zajonski or something like that. I really don't know, but he was playing really good, and then he got injured. And I don't know if, when it comes to, like, a lot of these coaches, like, PJ's no different. He does not say anything about who's playing, who's not playing, what's the severeness of the injury, or anything like that. But let's talk a little bit about this North Carolina game, and I'll make it quick. This quarterback is going to be trouble for the Gophers. I really do see this guy as being a really great star player. And a lot of people are saying he's a number 1 pick in the NFL draft. They also have a good running game, good offensive line. So it will be very interesting to see how we prepare for North Carolina. And another guy I hope that comes back is Bell, the wide receiver. He was out almost a year ago now. Came back for the Nebraska game, did 1 play and did not come back for the rest of the game, and did not play also for Ottman Bell did not play for the rest of did not play in the Eastern Michigan game. So I'm hoping that we're almost totally healthy for this game, because we need players to be totally healthy for this one.
So to make you feel even worse, of course, Carolina came into this season all offense, no defense, and that was the expectation with one of the best quarterbacks, Drake May, in the country. Plenty of weapons on offense. Trying to think of their running backs' names. British. That's his first name. British Burns. tore up South Carolina in week 1. Now, at the same, and you talk about alarming. They're playing an SEC team in South Carolina. Not a great team, but a good team. Good team.
Yeah.
8-5
Most
team last
likely,
year. They-
most likely a team that will probably win 6 games.
Yeah,
At least
in that
6
range.
games.
Something
Yeah.
in that range. They had 9 sacks and they had 16 tackles for loss in that game. I haven't seen North Carolina play that kind of defense in forever.
Yeah.
Now, last week they reverted back to norm and they played a barn burner against Appalachian State. So Minnesota can win this game. I understand it seems daunting against arguably the best quarterback in the country and that offense. And then the way the defense played in the first week, but then the defense was back to giving up a ton of points and yardage against App State. So Minnesota's better than App State. I think we can all agree on that.
Yes. And
Now,
I would say
they may not be able to play. At
I
the
would
style
say
of
our
play.
defense is probably equal to Iowa's. And maybe a little bit behind, but not by much.
Okay. Yeah. I got you. I'm with you. I'm glad you included that caveat there, but yeah, I'm right there with you. Very good defense.
Especially in the backfield. Very good backfield. Very good talents in the backfield.
And I
I know
believe this game's at 3:30 Eastern, 2:30 Central, right? Yeah, I can't wait for it. I think Minnesota's going to hang. I think they've got a shot. It is a tough mountain to climb on the road. And it's one of those games they can't get behind. They have to play their kind of game.
And the one thing that I noticed about Nathan Kaliak-Manis is the guy's got an arm, but he needs to learn to put some touch on the ball on some of these passes. He's trying to rifle these passes that are 5 yards, 6-yard passes, like he's throwing a 15 to like 20-yard laser down the field. No, you can't always throw these balls as hard as you can. You have to put a little touch on the ball. The only time you should throw that hard in a 5-yard, 5-yard, maybe just a slightly lower pass is when it's the defense is really close to the wide receiver or really tight, like trying to fit him, like thread the needle type pass.
Sure. Well, that usually comes with experience and knowing the situation and the spacing and know when you have to show off your arm and when you can just say, okay, there's a running back in the flat. He's all alone. Just lay it in there very nicely where he can catch it.
Yeah. Well, Mark, I got to get going back to work. So
right,
I
Dave.
will talk to you later. Okay. Bye-bye.
We appreciate it. Have a good night.
You too.
It's our buddy Minnesota Dave on campus at the University of Minnesota. And the Gophers have a nice game coming up. I love this matchup against North Carolina. We talked about this in the offseason quite a bit. This was one of my under-the-radar selections. Absolutely. And I know that going into this game, there are going to be people all over the place and probably in the chat. We see Michael right there that think Minnesota has no chance in this game. Now, I will make my prediction near the end of the week, but Minnesota certainly has a chance of winning this game. North Carolina, let's not overrate North Carolina. They're a very flawed football team, and those players really have not proven anything in terms of winning any big games. You know, they made the ACC championship game. They lost by 29 points. They lost a lot of offensive personnel off that team. And the defense, again, I don't know what to expect from this North Carolina defense that had 16 tackles for loss and 9 sacks against South Carolina. And then they get run around the field against App State. I just saw the overtime against App State, so I'm not going to say that I have a handle on how that game went other than, of course, it was a close game. And maybe that's just a bad matchup for North Carolina. And maybe they will pummel Minnesota. It's certainly possible. I know the one outcome that I would be surprised in would be Minnesota going down there and routing North Carolina. That I don't see just because of the style of play and because North Carolina is a favorite, and there's a reason they're the favorite. There's a valid reason. But I'll have my picks on Patreon. You can get them right there, patreon.com/MarkRogersTV, 27-14. And every time I read that number, 27-14, which is a good start to the season, I get annoyed because of that call in the end zone with Oregon and Texas Tech that took a interception away from Texas Tech that would have given them the ball back with about a minute to play, 2 minutes to play, up 31-30. I was getting 6.5 points with Texas Tech. Most likely they can salt away the game or just lose on a last-second field goal, 31-30. But there was an awful pick six right at the end of the game, a bad beat. So, yeah, that annoyed me because Texas Tech obviously stayed in that game the entire way. Yes, Rob J. App State did beat Texas A&M last year. So we've got Minnesota, North Carolina coming up on Saturday. We'll do a preview of that game. We will definitely have previews this week of South Carolina, Georgia. Got to do a Penn State, Illinois preview. Minnesota, North Carolina. Who else do we have coming up this week? Arkansas, BYU is going to be a preview we're going to churn out as well. So, other thoughts about week 2's action. Wisconsin got completely outclassed in the first half of their game in Pullman. In the Palouse, we're down 24-6 in that game with all the motivation in the world as a favorite that was embarrassed as a 17-point favorite at home against Washington State last year that outgained Washington State by almost 2-1 last year, was the first Wisconsin team in the Barry Alvarez all the way through to Paul Chryst era of having a certain amount of yardage. I think the number was 400 yards of total offense and limiting opponents to less than 250 to lose. And they had that motivation going out to Washington State, and they're down 24-6. They come back and completely flipped the line of scrimmage and the dominance of play, and were the much better team in the second half. Scored a couple touchdowns, as Mike is letting us know in the chat. Absolutely. They missed on a 2-point play. Tanner Mordecai threw the ball 40 times. That's that new Wisconsin offense, 40 pass attempts, and they were behind. Combination there, 25 of 40 for 278. That's fine. That's okay. But he fumbled twice. And then also down 24-22 with about 5 minutes left to play. Wisconsin driving, midfield, down by 2, can either get it into field goal range or complete the drive, score the touchdown. Ches Malusi fumbles. Ball game. Now, Wisconsin could have gotten the ball back. Of course, they had plenty of time. Couldn't stop Washington State and Cam Ward at the end of the game. So, bad loss by Wisconsin. Luke Fickell said after the game, we've got the talent to win all these games. So, we just made mistakes. That was his take. Felt good for Jake Dickert. And again, I will repeat this all season and until it's not mathematically possible anymore. That is the only conference championship game matchup that I'm rooting for. This is the only one. Otherwise, whatever. In the Big 12, whatever. Don't really care who wins in the Big 12. ACC, SEC, the other conferences, whoever shows up in the championship game, that's fine. Although I always root for the underdogs and would love to see an ACC championship game with Pitt and Wake. Well, they played 2 years ago. Anyway, this is the game I want to see. And I know it has no chance, next to no chance of ever happening, but I can dream, as once was stated in 1968, I can dream. And in 1963. So Oregon State, Washington State, I would love to see it. Just to stick it in the face of the Pac-12. Not going to happen, but I would love it. Jake Dickert, excited after the game. Did you see him after the game? Basically, we belong in the Power Five. Unfortunately, he has no control over that, but that's a grand statement to make. I would make the same statement if I were him. He will not have a bigger stage. He will probably have a couple stages that are just about as big as that stage, but he won't necessarily have a bigger stage than defeating Wisconsin, ABC, prime time, boom, after the game. He took his shot. He took his opportunity to say, we belong in the Power Five. I would have done the same thing. Good for you, Jake Dickert. But bad loss for Wisconsin. Bad loss for the Big Ten. Not a horrendous loss. Like, this is embarrassing. We should never, ever lose to Washington State. No, Wisconsin's not a great team. Washington State's not a bad team. But it's a bad loss. You're a touchdown favorite on the road. You're supposed to be a better team. You're a ranked team for what that's worth. Nothing. But anyway, a ranked team. And so bad loss for the Big Ten there. Check out my conference rankings. We just released those a couple hours ago. These used to be boring for some to view because the SEC was always the best conference with the best numbers and so forth and so on. That is not even close to being the case right now. Is the SEC the worst conference? Based on the results, they're not the worst conference. It's not the worst conference. We know that. Too much talent. But based on the results, just the results, check out my video that I posted here today. Jayceon Patterson had 10 carries for 86 yards. He ran well in the opener against Utah State for the Iowa Hawkeyes as well. And Mike, I would say, though, the Big 12 has played much better than the SEC. So if we're just talking about results of Big 12, not the worst. The Big 12's actually played rather well. Anyway, getting back to Iowa's performance against Iowa State, they had the game under control. I was a bit disappointed in their inability to put Iowa State away. Iowa State's just a team. They are just a placeholder. They're not going anywhere, not doing anything. Do not expect them to maybe get to a bowl game. But they put up a good fight. And the Iowa State Cyhawk game is almost always close. Comes down to one score again. But Iowa this time, unlike last season, wins on the road. And Jayceon Patterson, if he can run, and he's a north-south guy. Very impressed with Jayceon Patterson. Just takes the football, finds something. Sometimes it's 2 or 3. Sometimes he's able to hit a crease. And he's got good explosiveness in the hole. And Cade McNamara, 12 of 22. And maybe Iowa has found a running back complement to Caleb Johnson. Or maybe they found the lead running back. Kirk Ferentz, win number 200. Win number 200. How many losses? So I have this conversation sometimes with Iowa fans who get offended when I call Kirk Ferentz an 8-4 coach or Iowa an 8-4 program. Well, 8-4's 2-1. 8 twice as much as 1. Well, Kirk Ferentz right now, well, I guess this would count his record at Maine as well. So he's now 200 wins, 136 losses, but that's at Maine. He went 12-21 there. He's 188 and 115 at Iowa. If he was truly an 8-4 coach, he would be 230 and 115 at Iowa. But he's 188 and 115. Now, he did start out 4-19. Take that away, and he's 184 and 96. Still not quite 8-4. So So Iowa's got a game against, I believe, Western Michigan coming up this week, and then they play the Big Ten opener against Penn State on the road. Michigan State, we talked about Mel Tucker. Again, if you want a lot of discussion on Mel Tucker and my thoughts about Mel Tucker, check out the live stream. We went live as soon as we saw the suspension come down. That was on Sunday. Check it out. The only thing that has come out since, and if you were with us about a half hour ago, was the Mel Tucker statement came out today, and it is explicit. We can get back to the Mel Tucker statement in just a second. My other thoughts concerning Big Ten teams would be Ohio State issues along the offensive line. It appears as though Kyle McCord will be the quarterback. Devin Brown has not showed anything in 2 games. The first game against Indiana really did not have an opportunity to show much. During meaningful play, only had 3 plays, 3 and out. Didn't get to throw the ball. But against Youngstown State, Devin Brown not really looking the part. The offense didn't run nearly as well as it did under Kyle McCord. So that looks to be set, although Ryan Day is not named a starter. I believe he's going to do that this week. Maybe he waits another week and waits for Western Kentucky, a bit of an upgrade in opposition over Youngstown State, and then lets it play out one more week. And if Ohio State gets the blowout that they're looking for and Devin Brown gets more time, but that's likely not to happen, because if Ohio State's blowing out Western Kentucky to give Devin Brown that time on the field, well, then Kyle McCord has probably contributed to that blowout. So yes, Mike, Kyle McCord will be named the starter, I would expect, on Tuesday at Ryan Day's news conference, which reminds me, I put out a communication to all of the sports information directors across the country, because I wanted to be included on mailings so that I knew when all these coaches' news conferences are every day or every week. They're typically all on Monday and Tuesday, so I could listen to them and then respond. But anyway, that's an off-season deal. We'll get back on that. I'm not going to try to get in on that this year, because by the time that they're released on YouTube, so you can watch them all on YouTube, but I want to be able to listen to them live so then I can respond quickly. So while Kyle McCord does not look like CJ Stroud or anything before that, Justin Fields, Dwayne Haskins, may he rest in peace, he looked fine. He looked okay. He's coming along. The issue with Ohio State right now is the offensive line, and most notably the tackle position. Josh Fryer's playing the right tackle position. The transfer from San Diego State, Josh Simmons, playing the left tackle position and not playing it well. Had a holding call on the Travian Henderson would-be touchdown, and he's getting beaten, I believe, that on a regular basis. You just can't go on like that if you're Ohio State. Either Josh Simmons needs to get better, or they need to move some people around and maybe bring in the true freshman, Luke Montgomery, who was, one of the top offensive linemen in the country, but still a true freshman. Now, at the same time, Alabama's starting Caden Proctor. I know that that's a whole other level as a high 5-star, but Luke Montgomery out of Findlay, Ohio, 5th-rated interior offensive lineman in the country, the 2nd-rated player in the state of Ohio, top 120 player. So Ohio State has things to figure out, but it will be Kyle McCord, you would think, and their issues along the offensive line. Now we'll see, since Western Kentucky can sling it a bit. I was in the process of looking at some numbers here. Western Kentucky, I believe they are 2-0. And they come into this game with Austin Reed at quarterback, 68% completion percentage, 6 touchdowns, no picks. Their running back, Davion Irvin Poindexter has run for 78 yards. Not a lot on the ground. They throw for about 3 times as much yardage as they rush for. And so this game is not like just a complete walkover, don't even think about it kind of deal. They beat Houston Christian 52-22. They beat South Florida 41-24. And Western Kentucky, of course, last year. Let's see, this will be a reminder of what they did. They lost to they beat South Alabama, a really good South Alabama team in their bowl game. 44-23 to finish a season at 9-5. They went to the conference championship game and beat Florida Atlantic. Their 2 big games last year, in terms of out-of-conference games, they lost to Auburn 41-17. Don't remember much about that game. I do remember them losing in Bloomington last September to Indiana 33-30 in overtime, and they could have won the game on a last-second field goal. They missed a field goal that would have won at Indiana. So this is not a team that Ohio State's just going to walk over. And as we are moving ahead now to week 3, let's go to the schedule because, as I mentioned off the top, 6 games against the ACC. That's just a scheduling oddity, but I like it. I like it a lot. Although, again, none of the top teams in the Big Ten are involved in any of this. This is all simply the mid-tier and the low-tier teams. But on Friday night, ACC and the Big Ten get together, FS1, 7 o'clock Eastern Time. I will be watching Maryland, Virginia. And then on Saturday, again, the biggest game of the day in the Big Ten is clearly Penn State, Illinois. It's a conference game. It is a conference game. But in evaluating the Big Ten, we've got Indiana hosting Louisville. I believe that game is in Indianapolis. Yes, Lucas Oil Stadium. That's on the Big Ten Network at noon Eastern. Louisville, Indiana. Indiana's got, and I believe Taven Jackson was named starting quarterback for this game by Tom Allen today. Indiana's got like a 25% chance of winning this game. Wisconsin hosting Georgia Southern, trying to get back off the deck. Minnesota goes to North Carolina. The Heels ranked 20th. I've got them ranked in the top 5 in the country because they beat App State and they beat South Carolina. They have one of the best resumes in the country. In fact, they have the, whatever I ranked to them, 5th best resume in the country. Northwestern has had all sorts of issues winning against Duke, and that's when Duke was awful. Now Northwestern's awful, but unexpectedly ripped through UNLV 38-7, or UTEP 38-7, and Duke came back and bounced back from their win against Clemson, showed that they would not have a letdown against Lafayette, won by 41. So Northwestern at Duke, these two teams have played 7 times since 2015, and Duke leads the series 4-2, even though Northwestern's been the better team for much of that time. All right, Iowa, Western Michigan. There's another ACC Big Ten matchup. Virginia Tech at Rutgers, toss-up. I think Rutgers defensively is better, and I think they should win the game, but that's 60-40. But another ACC Big Ten matchup. If either one of these conferences can win 4 of the 6, then it's a good day. Washington at Michigan State. Mark down an L, a big fat L for Harlan Barnett, who's been placed in a bad situation, and Michigan State football. Let's simply see if Michigan State is organized, meaning that Harlan Barnett has done a fine job of communicating, organizing, inspiring, doing all those things. That if they're organized, they communicate well, they play poised, all those. Let's see if Michigan State's got a little fight in them. But Washington should roll. Nebraska, Northern Illinois. Northern Illinois beat Boston College, which is nothing fabulous, but still, they're somewhat capable. And Nebraska can take nothing for granted these days. Michigan hosting Bowling Green. And then in what was one of the games of the year in college football last year, Syracuse pulled out a near miracle against Purdue in the closing seconds, the last play of the game, and defeated the Boilers at the Carrier Dome last year. And so Purdue's coming off a win over Virginia Tech, trying to make it 2-0 against the ACC. So 6 games against the ACC: Maryland, Virginia, Indiana, Louisville, Minnesota, North Carolina, Duke, Northwestern, Rutgers, Virginia Tech, and Purdue, Syracuse. 1 game against the Pac-12, that would be Michigan State against Washington. To think it was only 1 year ago, Michigan State and Washington got together in Seattle, and it was considered by Vegas to be a coin flip. Washington was coming off a 4-8 season. It was only Michael Penix's second game, and Michigan State was coming off 11-2 and a Peach Bowl win. And here we are a year later, and Washington looks like they're primed to possibly take a run at the college football playoff, and Michigan State may be looking for a new head coach. Golden Playbook. We'll get you the link. And again, if you want my take on the conferences and who's really played well and breaking down the numbers as we always do, and then also putting it into context, check out the video on conference rankings and see where I ranked the Big Ten and everyone else. The Ohio State Notre Dame game is, of course, going to be the week after, and that's pretty much it for the Big Ten in non-conference play. 6 games against the ACC, 1 against the Pac. This week, Ohio State Notre Dame, and that's going to be it for the Big Ten. Consider this, that the Big Ten only plays 13 Power 5 opponents out of conference. The ACC plays 25. Now, that sounds like it's a huge deal, and it is in terms of trying to evaluate these teams across conferences, but the Big Ten does play an extra conference game, while the ACC only plays 8, so the Big Ten plays 9 more Power 5 games within the conference. Golden Playbook showing up to talk some college football with us. What's going on?
How's it going?
It's going pretty well. What's up?
Which game are you excited for this week?
Out of all the games in the country?
Yeah.
I'm trying to think who else is out there. Out of these Big Ten games, it's Minnesota, North Carolina. Out of all the games in the country, well, let's look at them real quick here. So while I'm looking at that, is there a game that you're excited about?
I'm trying to look right now just to I mean, LSU and Mississippi State will probably be pretty good.
Yeah. So I will say at noon on Saturday, I will be watching Penn State and Illinois and LSU and Mississippi State. I can usually only really pay attention to 2 games, but the third game, I would opt for Kansas State and Mizzou. So if one of those first 2 games becomes a blowout, I'll opt for that game. But those are the 2 games that I like at noon. Then at 3:30, we've got your Irish playing Central Michigan, of course, at 2:30. At 3:30, Georgia's a 27-point favorite against South Carolina. I think it's odd that Alabama's going to South Florida to play a game. I don't know when the last time Alabama's played on the road against a group of 5 team.
Oh, wow.
Usually San Diego State would be an interesting one against Oregon State, but I think Oregon State's just too solid this year. Again, I do like the Minnesota North Carolina game, but at 3:30, my priority would be Georgia South Carolina until it becomes a blowout. And then I would hope that Minnesota North Carolina is going to be close so I can watch that. Otherwise, the 3:30 window is kind of weak. And then we've got Washington's most likely going to blow out Michigan State. Tennessee, Florida, 7 o'clock. Want to watch that game.
Who do you got that in that game? Like, who do you?
I like
Tennessee?
I like Tennessee. I like Tennessee in
sure.
a pretty large way. And then at night, what do we really have? It's not the strongest schedule I've ever seen. That's for sure. Next week, we'll have all those conference games. But at night, really the most competitive game I'm looking at besides Syracuse-Purdue is a couple, just because Arizona State and Fresno State could turn out to be a close game. But TCU is playing a conference game against Houston. The night window is, wow, Pitt, West Virginia. They're both coming off losses, or West Virginia lost to Penn State, so that's not really an important game. That's the ABC game on Saturday night, Pitt and West Virginia.
Oh.
And the Fox game is TCU and Houston. And NBC's got Purdue and Syracuse. There's really not much of anything. We've got Ole Miss and Georgia Tech playing a night game, and Ole Miss beat them 42-0 last year. Yeah, it's not a great day of college football.
Yeah. Is Colorado playing?
Yeah, they've got Colorado State on ESPN at 10 Eastern.
Are you big on Colorado right now, or do you think that they'll lose a couple games still?
Oh, they're going to lose some games. I don't think they're going to go undefeated, but I'm high on them. I'm impressed. I am very impressed. Even more so beyond the speed and the athleticism and the offense. I'm impressed with the offensive scheme. I'm impressed with their poise. I'm impressed with their confidence. I think I've got to give Deion Sanders a ton of credit for making really good choices for a coaching staff, making really good choices for talent acquisition in the transfer portal, and for getting everyone on the same page and throwing together 88 players who have never played with each other, and they're not making many mistakes. So it is impressive. I think they're going to have this kind of team, Golden Playbook, where there's going to be 2 or 3 games this year when they're playing the best teams in the Pac-12 where I think they're going to get exposed and just have an off night. Like the quarterback, the receivers won't quite have it, and the defense is really going to have an off night, and they're going to get exposed and get blown out. But on the flip side, when they're on, they could be playing the best team in the Pac-12, whoever that is, Washington, USC, and they could give them a complete scare.
Right. Yeah, I
They're
think
a wild
that
card is what I'm saying.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty impressed with them, so far. Even though they probably will lose at least a couple games, or so. I'm pretty impressed.
Yes.
I mean, how many teams could really, start, start undefeated, when, Deion Sanders, it's his first year. It's kind of impressive that he's, undefeated so far.
Absolutely. It's impressive. I am not a Deion Sanders fan. That doesn't mean I hate him, dislike him. I don't care one way or the other. He just doesn't do anything for me one way or the other. But and I think he can be kind of childish at times, but he's done a great job. He's done a phenomenal job thus far.
And I got one last question. How do you think Clemson's gonna do, like the rest of the season? Do you think they're gonna bounce back and still make the playoffs still, or?
I don't think so. I don't think so. I hate to write teams off. They only have one loss. Of course, they can do it logistically, mathematically. It's still right in front of them to do, but they don't look like that good of a team for a lot of reasons. And if they only had a few things to shore up, then I would be more confident. The only reason I'll give them some level of confidence is Dabo Swinney's been through this so many times, and he's one of the best in the business. And Garrett Riley is a excellent offensive mind, and I do believe that their defense is a top level defense. So it could happen, but man, I just think Cade Klubnik is not quite there yet.
And what about Bama? Like, are you still like? Do you think they could get back in still, even though they lost a
Yeah,
game?
I have much more confidence in Bama than I do in Clemson.
Yeah, me too. I'm not really like counting out Bama, but Clemson's kind of like I don't really think they could get back in personally. Obviously they got a lot of problems. So yeah, I think that's all I got for today.
Good stuff. Well, we appreciate the call.
Alrighty.
Have a good night.
Right.
All right, let's keep it moving here at the Voice of College Football. And when we talk Big Ten football, we love to have Big Ten fans with us. And so we've got our guy, Michael Hogue, checking in. Michael, what's going on?
Not much, Mark. How you doing, sir?
I am doing well. What's the good word?
First of all, I gotta apologize to you yesterday for assuming that you was a Cowboys fan. I thought you were growing up.
You have no reason to apologize. I was a Cowboys fan growing up, but
Okay.
I have not been a Cowboys fan for over 30 years.
Since they've won their last. Okay, ever since you're fair enough. But hey, got some good news today. One, the big guy is coming back. He's number one on depth chart this week. Which Charwick's their center. How much he plays is up to still up there. Consider he's coming back from a knee injury last year, but he is number one on depth chart and stuff like that. So that should help the running game some. And we're starting to get some of the key players back and stuff too. So
that's good to hear.
Yep. So I'm looking at your schedule. Not a good week for games this week.
Not really, no. It's not a good week. Now, there could be a few upsets out there. There, of course, are going to be upsets, but I mean upsets that count, that matter, that could shake things up. If Minnesota goes to North Carolina and wins that game, that might be somewhat exciting, shake things up a little bit. I'm trying to think anybody else that's really good that could possibly get upset this week. I don't really
Georgia
see
maybe,
it.
but I doubt it.
Yeah, I highly doubt that.
Speaking of, go ahead, Mark. Sorry,
I just don't see any other candidates for upsets among teams that have championship type aspirations.
Now, how good? I gotta ask you this. I don't know how Fresno State did last week. I think they played Eastern Washington. Last I seen, it was going to Fresno State end up winning, or they end up losing.
They won by a field goal.
All right. And how good is BYU so far?
I know they beat Sam Houston 14-0, and then their last game, they're 2-0. I can't remember who their other game was against, but BYU's not played anybody yet. To know now they've got Arkansas on the road, so we're going to find out in a hurry. KJ Jefferson and Rocket Sanders really piled up the yardage and the points on them last year, 56.
Yeah.
So
I was waiting Saturday night to take the orange, make Syracuse into some orange juice.
Yes, you'll have to make that happen.
Yeah,
Let's
that
see.
should
That's
never happen last year up in Syracuse.
Purdue playing on NBC. Nice.
Yeah. The last time they played on NBC was when actually was a basketball game back in 1980 when Joe Barry Carroll was there. And ironically, Syracuse won that game. But Purdue ended up going to the Final Four that year in Indianapolis, but different game. But that little Pitt,
Well,
West
that's not the
Virginia,
last time that's Purdue played on NBC.
Oh, I forgot Notre Dame. Sorry.
Notre Dame. Yes, they've played on NBC.
Now a couple years ago, yeah. But hey, how good do you think that Pitt, West Virginia backyard war might be?
Well, I thought before this past Saturday that Pitt was a better team. I did not expect them to struggle and lose against Cincinnati. I thought they would win that game. I thought that they were clearly better than West Virginia. I still think that they are, but I'm a little bit more doubtful about that than I was before.
Mm-hmm. All right. Houston TCU, that might be an interesting game.
Yeah, it should be. TCU's got to bounce back from, of course, they did win their game against Nichols last week, but of course, disappointing start for them. And Houston lost to Rice and JT Daniels Saturday. Gave up 43 points.
Yeah, that was like a double overtime. That was when I was asking you about Saturday. But I will ask you this, Tim. Either a top 10 or a top 25 team that should be on upset alert this week. Not that it'll most likely happen.
Okay, let's look and see who's in the top 20 for one thing. I would say if there's going to be a top 20 team that is going to lose, a top 25 team, I have one in mind, but let me think. So I've got I've got 4 in mind. So I'll give you them in order. Let's see, anybody else? Okay, I don't see any other real possibilities. So I'm going to go with, okay, most likely to get upset in the top 25 is LSU at Mississippi State.
Okay.
Second is Kansas State at Missouri. Third is North Carolina at home against Minnesota. And fourth is Penn State at Illinois.
Mm-hmm. Now, I was looking, I see that Bama goes down to Tampa this week to play South Florida, right?
Yeah.
Down Orlando. What channel is that game on Saturday?
I believe it is ESPN. We'll see here in just a second. Hang on. Alabama. I think that's a night game. Where is it? Where's that game? Maybe it's a 3:30 game. Huh. Where is that game? I thought that was a Oh my goodness, I can't find it.
It's at 3:30 on ABC.
3:30. Okay, well there you go. There it is.
Now, do you think they might be kind of skittish, or do you think Bama will be all right on Saturday?
They're all right. I do not see any path to South Florida winning that game.
Mm-hmm. Now, I don't know. They've usually been a decent team in the past and stuff. Is it like a rebuilding year for them, or
rebuilding for who?
South Florida.
South Florida's been rebuilding, except they've not rebuilt anything for like 10 years. Well, for about since they had Willie Taggart and Quentin Flowers at quarterback in 2017-18. That's the last time they had decent teams.
Mm-hmm. Yep, not bad. Speaking of teams in Florida and stuff like that, I wonder how Central Florida's doing.
Well, Central Florida had a last-second field goal to defeat Boise on the road, 18-16, and that kicker is one of the best kickers in the country. He had 2 50-plus field goals for UCF to win the game against Boise State, but Boise State was playing without its starting quarterback for the second half, and UCF the week before they beat Kent State by 50. But John Rice Plumlee, their starting quarterback at UCF, he's, I believe, questionable for their game coming up this weekend.
Yeah. I would say, so besides the Power 5 conferences and stuff like that, what games are you mostly interested in watching? That looked like that Virginia Tech Rutgers might be a game, or the Appalachian State East Carolina game.
You're saying outside of the Power 5?
Yeah,
Well, then you just named a couple Power 5 games.
I did.
Okay, but you're asking me non-Power 5 games. Okay, well, let's go back to, I would say, normally this Thursday game between Navy and Memphis, but Navy's
Yeah.
not a good football team right now. But in the past, that's been a really good game. In the past, Utah State and Air Force has been a good game. But that should be a pretty good game, actually, Utah State and Air Force. Elsewhere in the group of 5, Tulane, despite losing by 17 against
Oklahoma.
Ole Miss, it was much closer than that.
Mm-hmm.
Who else do we have? We've got this San Diego State game against Oregon State wouldn't be a bad watch. Tulane and Southern Miss. Southern Miss just gave up 66 points to Florida State.
Yeah.
Here's another one that typically would be a decent game, but I don't think it's going to be much of a game this year. East Carolina and App State.
Mm-hmm.
App State's
That's
coming
what
off a nice game against North Carolina.
Yeah. So this week's not a very good week 3 schedule, I see, for the most part.
No, it's not.
What about James Madison and Troy?
That's a nice matchup. That's a really good matchup. Troy lost last week for the first time in 14 games.
Yeah. I'm trying to think who they played last week.
They lost to Kansas State.
Was it good, or was it like a beatdown?
They got whipped pretty well. They were staying within a score or two until the fourth quarter, and they lost by 29.
Mm-hmm.
In terms of group of 5, Power 5 games, I'm expecting Arizona State to possibly get knocked off at home against Fresno State.
Yeah. And you can't see who Arizona has because of the graphic there on the screen.
They are taking on UTEP, who's coming off a loss to Northwestern.
Yeah. We'll see what happens. Kansas Nevada, good game maybe? Or Kansas going to just go in there and run roughshod on the
yes, they should.
Wolfpack.
Nevada's one of the worst teams in FBS football.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, both of those games should be routes.
Yeah, but you never know and stuff like that. Then.
No, you don't.
Yeah, brother, man, what a week 3 schedule. I would probably rate this maybe like as a 0.5 on a 10 scale of games to watch this
0.5.
week.
Wow. BYU and Arkansas could turn out to be a good game.
Yeah, that will. If I'm not mistaken, wasn't that a good game for like 3.5 quarters until Arkansas just pulled away late in the fourth quarter last year?
Yes. You got it. Arkansas put up 56.
Yep. A game I'm going to Saturday. I just wonder how bad it's going to be for IU when Louisville comes into Lucas Oil Stadium.
Oh, so you're going to be there.
Yeah.
Where do you have tickets?
I don't have tickets yet. I got to wait till payday on Friday to get them. I'll probably be maybe in the end zone or something, but we'll see. But no, is Louisville even? Well, I think you had them like what 20th in your top 25. That makes sense.
Did I? I don't think so.
Or do you even have them ranked?
No, that 5-point win against Georgia Tech did not do it for me. Not quite yet.
Okay. I was just wondering because I thought it was more than a 5-point win.
39-34. I'm almost positive.
Oh, so it's almost like the same score as the Fresno State Purdue game was.
Yeah, pretty much. Now, if your Boilers could have hung on and won that game, they would be in the top 25. That actually makes sense.
Yeah, but I'm just going to wait and see what happens in that one. Because last time you had them ranked early in the season, they got blitzkrieg the following week by Wisconsin. And after next week, that's so weird because that's who Purdue plays next Friday night, which is so weird.
Oh, it's a Friday night game.
Yes.
Nice.
Yep. FS1.
All right. I like that.
They had you guys question though. Speaking of games and stuff like that, I seen Georgia and South Carolina's on CBS. I thought they was doing Big Ten games at 3:30 for the Big Ten on CBS this year.
Well, they had an overlap this year, so there were a few spots in the schedule where they are still going to be showing the SEC, and that's one of them.
Yeah, I mean that's not one game. I don't know. Maybe I doubt, but maybe Georgia gets their act cleaned up and just blast them finally and stuff. Have a complete game and stuff. But all right, a team right now that's had a complete week 2 in the season has played 2 complete games so far. Or do you think everybody's kind of been skittish so far?
Who's played 2 complete games? Well, certainly Florida State has.
Yeah. I would think they're the only ones, aren't they?
Penn State basically has.
Yeah, but they haven't really played nobody yet, though.
Yeah, if you're talking about also playing quality opponents, because Michigan has, but they haven't played anyone.
Iowa, maybe? Against Iowa State last week?
No, I'm not going with Iowa. They had to hang on against Iowa State, and they only beat Utah State by 10. Yes, I don't consider those complete games. I consider what Kansas did against Illinois to be a near complete game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Speaking of Michigan State and stuff
USC,
like that,
there's your team.
Oh, yeah, against Stanford.
They crushed 3 teams.
Yeah, but speaking of Michigan State, is there anything new about what's going on with Michigan State, or is it just status quo right now?
Well, the only thing that came out today was Mel Tucker came out with a statement that is unlike any other statement I've ever read in my life, in that he just didn't say these accusations are false. I am working with my attorneys and so forth to fight against this, and the truth will come to light, kind of thing. No, he went into details. He went into details about phone calls and relationships, and this is a messy thing. All
right. So I was talking with you say Chris Larry. I follow him on Twitter and stuff like that. He's a beat reporter for Michigan State. It's somebody's non-disclosure agreement, but could the NCAA maybe step in because considering from contract non-detrimental to school?
Run this by me again. Why is the NCAA useful in this statement? Why do they?
What I'm asking is, could they launch an investigation due to contract being what's the word? Contract not detrimental?
Yes. So it is being investigated already.
Mm-hmm. I knew that by the university, but I didn't know if the NCAA might launch an investigation themselves, or instead for contact not detrimental to the school or something.
Well, that's Michigan State's responsibility.
Okay.
This is not a rules violation where the NCAA needs to get involved and determine, does a school or a coach or players need to be disciplined. This is between the head coach and this woman, Miss Tracy, and whether there was wrongdoing there, and it's between the coach and the university and their agreement.
Yeah. Okay. I was just wondering. I wasn't quite sure, stuff like that. I asked you to delete my contact information you DM me a couple weeks ago. So if you can send me that again, so I can try to get that. Has anybody followed up with that, or am I the only one so far?
I don't know exactly what we're talking about.
For you going to a game on the road this year, like a Big Ten game.
Oh, yes. Well, I've talked to some people, but no, nothing's for certain. Not at all at this point.
All right.
Well, yes. What Michael's alluding to, everyone, is I am open to attend a college football game, or I'll attend one every week if we get a place to broadcast from and sponsorships.
I'm going to, because I got friends with the local pizza establishments, good pizza and stuff like that. And I'm going to talk to them this week and see what I can try to do about getting it set up there for a post-game show or something.
Well, that would be phenomenal, Michael. I appreciate that.
Mm-hmm. But as far as housing, I don't know what I'm going to do about that, Mark. I'm not a billionaire yet, so I'm not on your level yet.
Well, don't worry about that. We would look into that, and that's fine. If you get us a place, that would be a decent place to set up.
All right, but hey, that wouldn't be okay. I just remembered, was that Joey Foster's contact information that you sent me?
Absolutely.
All right, I think I got his information. I might just text him and stuff like that.
There you go.
I'm gonna talk to him in a while and stuff like that. And like I said, I'm gonna be up in West Lafayette Friday and stuff, so I can talk to him and then I'll just shoot him a text and stuff like that.
That sounds good.
All right.
I would love to come to Ross Aid.
Mm-hmm. Not bad. All right, I'm gonna let you go because there's other callers. And Mr. Diamo's gonna be on in about 3 minutes?
Yes, our buddy John Diadamo getting set for the Ocho at 8 o'clock Eastern time. Absolutely.
All right, take care, Mark. Have a good one.
All right, Michael. Appreciate it. All right, folks. It's the Big Ten Live Show. It's our 28th edition, I believe. And again, a pivotal week for the conference in regards to evaluating this conference against the Power Five, something we did on a video that we released a couple hours ago. Check it out. We ranked the conferences based on not just me picking names out of a hat, how I feel. No, this was broken down top to bottom in terms of records and results and performance. And the Big Ten, I will say this, has the most inconclusive set of results of any conference right now. You know, you had Purdue play a decent Fresno State team and lose. You had Penn State play a team in the Big 12 that they're completely better than, that should have been no match and weren't. And Iowa held serve against Iowa State, and they should. And Nebraska's looked awful. So there you go. That's been about all that we've had thus far. But this week, we're getting the ACC and the Big Ten to get together 6 times. That is crazy. I believe we will take another call. We've got John standing by, but Sean, ready to roll here. Sean, you okay there? Sean, you with us? Hello.
Well.
Are you all right, Sean?
Well,
hello, Sean.
Yeah, hold on. I've got a technical thing here real quick.
Okay.
Yes. Can you hear me?
We've got you. We can hear you. I know that. Yeah.
I can. Can you hear me? I'm sorry. I have to.
Yes, we can hear you, Sean. What's up? Hello, Sean. Hello, Sean. Can you hear us? We can hear you. Can you hear us? Hey, Sean.
I can hear you now. Can you hear?
Very good. Yes, we got you. Hello, Sean. All right, Sean's gone. Maybe he'll come back. BGPO Football Funk, we appreciate your contribution there, sir. What is good, Mark? And again, I want to remind everyone that when the Mel Tucker situation broke, it did initially on Saturday night. We were taking all your calls after the ball games. And so we started on that path on late Saturday night. And then, of course, we went live and covered it more fully on Sunday. So check out that live stream if you want my thoughts and others, the callers' thoughts on the Mel Tucker situation. And what an eye-opening statement delivered by one Coach Tucker today. My goodness, he was explicit. Haven't seen that before.
Oh, yeah. Oh, we're going to dive in.
Yeah.
We have to. We got to cover it. It's a big J journalism here at the Voice of College Football.
Well, take it on. And yes, I've had my piece. I've said my statements, although I have yet to respond to that. I was basically just reading through it, but
Oh boy.
there are some things to address.
Yeah, I will say, just on a completely separate topic, obviously 9/11 today.
Yes.
And so I came back, and the reason I was late today is normally I'm here right at 6, helping out and everything, but I was taking the 9/11 firefighter challenge at Crunch Gym. So I did 130 flights of stairs and 2,076 steps. Got myself on the board for doing that. I guess the whole
Awesome.
idea is to simulate, what they had to do.
Yeah, 2,076 steps is not like going out for a stroll around the neighborhood, going up and down those flights of stairs. That's a whole different deal.
Right, absolutely. So, it was a lot, but had a little bit of recovery time because I knew I was coming on here to do the Ocho. So here we are.
The first phone call I took early this morning, I was asked, "Do you know what today is?" And at that point, I didn't know what day it was, let alone what date it was. But then asked, "Okay, where were you on 9/11? What did you do?" And so I had that conversation with someone today, kind of recanting all of that. It's kind of just surreal to think about 23 years ago, and to think about my kids being barely alive, for one thing, is kind of strange to think about, because they're professionals in the working world now, and
Right.
for them to be at that stage, and then what was all of our mindsets, kind of trying to process all of that and not knowing what was going on and what was going to happen. And yeah, it was something else. It was something else.
Well, yeah. And so I was in fourth grade at the time, and Catholic school, and the pastor came on the loudspeaker and said that we're under attack, and then also that we're safe. But really, that was complete. This was a building built in the 1950s. If they had hit 3 Mile Island, we were not safe. Let's just be very clear about that. But I do remember being there, and people had it on the TV, and all of that stuff. So it was a lot. But
I was
remember
the first reports I heard, I was in the car, and I was working overnights at the time, and I was dropping my wife off at work, and the radio was just kind of on in the background, and it wasn't on a news station, it was on a music station, but they cut in a few times. And so just in the background, I kind of caught, okay, there's something going on in New York City. This is horrible. It's unfortunate, but they were reporting very early, there's a fire, that sort of thing. So I'm just thinking this is a more run of the mill, just tragedy of sorts. And then I went home and I flipped on one of the morning shows and then saw it from there. Yes.
Yep. So, never forget. And if
Yes.
there's a particular charity of choice people feel inclined to
Absolutely.
for the first responders, feel free to do that. But yeah, with that said, I've put the link in here for people to call the Ocho. So I believe Sean is probably here for the Ocho, if I had to guess.
That sounds good.
Usually he's on, but yeah, come on in, everybody. We're about to get rocking and rolling.
Awesome. Well, thank you, John. I appreciate it. And keep in mind, everyone, that we go live with Tim Prangley and Matt Zemek on USC Trojans Live tonight at 11 Eastern. That's over on the USC channel. John, have a great show.
Thanks, Mark. Appreciate you. All right. Yes, don't forget that the USC show, as every Monday, it is tonight at 11 p.m. Eastern, 8 p.m. Pacific, with Mark Rogers, voice of college football, and Matt Zemek from Trojans Wire. Welcome in to the Ocho here on the Big Ten Live show. It's the 8 p.m. block where we talk through what's happening. And thank you, Michael Hogue. Yes. So for those of you just joining, my name is John Diadamo. We do the Ocho every Monday night at 8 p.m. Eastern. I also host Michigan Wolverines Live and co-host the Michigan Post Game Live. So you get to see me 3 times a week. I know that that's just joyous for all of you involved. But I appreciate the opportunity. So yeah. So today is obviously the 9/11 show. And so we want to start right off the top and just thank first responders. If you know any, if there's a particular donation link you want to contribute to, what I did was I went to my gym, Crunch Gym, and they had a 9/11 firefighter challenge. So basically, you have to do 110 flights of stairs and 2,071 steps. Here's the thing. 2,071 steps is actually 130 flights of stairs. So I thought I was almost done, but I still had another 20 to go to hit the step count. So very, yeah, that was fun. But I got through it, pushed through it. And I figured it wasn't like a tremendous amount more than I would normally do, but just because normally I do a workout and I do Stairmaster. So if I just cut the workout, I just do Stairmaster, I figured I could probably hit it. So I did. It was tough. I don't recommend doing it unless you have been doing regular cardio, you're doing personal training, or you're doing stuff almost every day, because it is a lot. So with that said, we have one person so far, I believe, who is calling in. So I'm going to go ahead and bring Sean Garner in. Please call the show. We have we'll probably have about a max of maybe 5 people. If people want to call in, but we'll start right here with our buddy, Buckeye fan, Sean Garner in the house. Hey, Sean.
Hey, John, how's it going?
It's going well. I felt like you were here for the Ocho, right?
I was. I'd never had that happen to me before. I literally logged on and Mark had me on right away.
Yeah.
And I have to close out I have to close out mute the YouTube tab. Otherwise, I get a lot of feedback on the audio. Yep. And I just literally didn't even have time to do that. And I was on. So I was hearing Mark, like 4 different Mark voices. And
yeah, no, it's yeah, that can be a lot. Well, quick reminders before we dive into topics, and this will allow some more people to call in if they want to. First of all, obviously, we have a lot of things going on at the Voice of College Football. I'll go into the Michigan thing for a bit to show this. So Ticketsmarter.com is our brand new sponsor. So go to Ticketsmarter.com, and if you have a purchase of at least $100, then you can get $10 off with BIG. If you have a purchase of at least $300, you can get $20 off with BIG 20. So if you need to get your tickets for the game, go to Ticketsmarter.com and use our promo code so that Mark Rogers and the channel and the network can get the kudos for that and supported that way. So we would really appreciate that if you did. And thank you to Ticketsmarter.com for sponsoring the Voice of College Football. With that said, we also encourage everybody to hit the like button, right? That's free. That costs no money at all to do. And literally, I'm going to pop the visual aid here. Here's the visual aid for you. So it's so easy. Hit the like, hit the subscribe, hit the bell. That's it. Easy, right? Hit the like, hit the subscribe, hit the bell. Thank you so much for doing that. Also, Also, when you're doing your shopping on Amazon, don't forget to hit the Mark Rogers Voice of College Football Amazon link. And of course, join our Discord, join our Patreon, or get a YouTube membership for exclusive content. And last but certainly not least, get your merch. It's football season. We got all kinds of stuff on the merch store, including free shipping now on the merch store. So go ahead and do that. All right. So with that said, I'm going to put the link one more time. Call the show. Here's the call. And I'm sure we'll have people popping in as we go. But why don't we go ahead and dive into the first topic, Sean, which is we have to cover it.
Of course.
It's Big J journalism here at the Voice of College Football. It's not my favorite type of topic to cover, but we did get a statement today denying the allegations of sexual harassment, and it was interesting because it was a very long statement released by the attorney. And here's Golden Playbook now. Golden Playbook, welcome to the Ocho.
How's it going?
It's going
Welcome,
well.
Golden.
I'm recovering from my little firefighter challenge, and this is actually a break from that because that was pretty intense.
Can imagine.
Getting the workout in.
Yeah,
Imagine how intense it must have been for the firefighters.
Oh my God!
You weren't dodging any flames, I don't think.
Correct.
Yes.
Yeah. That is, yes. Perspective is everything.
Yes.
But that's what I was thinking about during that is like what they had to go through, and so it's at least a very slight approximation. And here comes the panel. We've got Buckeye Mike in the house. Buckeye Mike, welcome to the show. Welcome to the Ocho. And here comes everybody. And we've got Jason. Jason, welcome to the show. Welcome to the Ocho.
Yeah, I couldn't let everybody fill out without having a Michigan fan in here.
Buckeyes actually had the Wolverines outnumbered for about a half a second there. Might be a first in this panel.
Half a second, yes. Stephen will be very happy. Was very happy for that fraction of a second that there were two Buckeyes in here.
Yeah.
And it looks like we've. It looks like rounding out the panel, we have Tim Prangley in the house. Hey, Tim.
Oh boy.
Okay. Well, he's on. It looks like he's muted.
Yeah,
right
my
this
bad. My bad. I was turning off the YouTube feed.
Oh, you're good, man. Well, welcome to the Ocho. Good to have you back.
Yeah, let's talk some Buckeye offense, huh?
Well, first topic is a little different. So it's not one I relish covering, but Big J journalism here at the Voice of College Football. So we did get a statement from Mel Tucker via his attorney Jennifer. I'm not even going to try to pronounce that last name, Belviel, basically denying the allegations. I don't really want to go too much into the actual, did he do it? Did he not do it? I just want to know, do we think he's getting fired?
Yes, 100%.
Sean says yes. Why do you think that?
Well, I mean, the allegation, he's clearly in violation of the moral turpitude clause of his contract. This has so much. You can't bring a guy back.
I thought he got fired.
When there's this much controversy ever. They legitimately, legally, or I don't know if it's legally they can't fire him, but there are liability reasons why he hasn't been fired yet. And those are the only reasons. They have to allow the Title IX investigation to release its report. Otherwise, they open themselves up to a lot of wrongful termination.
Yep. And
they could be on the hook for much more of this $80 million than they are right now. But I mean, he's a dead man walking right now.
Yeah. Moral turpitude, just for those of you. So Detroit Free Press, that Mel Tucker could be fired with cause if the investigation finds that he engages in conduct of moral turpitude or conduct that is embarrassing or damaging to the school's overall image. So therefore, yeah, they basically want to avoid the, what is it, $80 million that they would still owe if they let him go without cause. So yeah, Jason, to your point, I think there was some confusion. I think it was Bruce Feldman and some other people that were thinking he was fired. But I think that they walked that back and was like, well, he's gonna get fired, but they have to wait until the investigation is concluded. So
there was some sloppy reporting coming out in this yesterday. There was a lot of ambiguity, a lot of contradictions in what was being reported. I mean, there's such a rush to be first in reporting on all this stuff that I think accuracy sometimes gets sacrificed to a degree. And situation's a little clearer now. He's suspended, but for all intents and purposes, he's gone.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on behind the scenes in this investigation, but I think it might have something to do with Michigan State not wanting to pay him the money. I think they're trying to come up with some kind of excuse. I mean, I don't know that for sure, but that's just my.
I think that's a good side benefit for Michigan State. I think money issue as an issue or not, this is fireable conduct, and I don't think he would survive, even if the contract was nowhere nearly as much of an albatross as it is.
Does anyone not think he's getting fired?
Yes.
Buckeye Mike, did you say yes?
Yes, I did, and it's because we don't know the full story yet, unless I'm behind in the news.
I think a lot of the story actually had this lady Brenda Tracy. She released like 1,200 pages. This is the reason why the story is even public right now, and why it didn't come out a month from now. She released a lot of the information. Tucker has mostly admitted to the allegations that I don't want to keep this a little PG, but he admitted he didn't exactly deny the real allegation, the heart of the allegations.
He said it was consensual.
Yes.
Yes.
So.
Like they engaged in dozens of phone calls. But they just what he's disputing is that it was non-consensual.
Yes, and even if it is consensual, he doesn't have a lot of defense from a job security standpoint.
Yeah. Yeah, I caution people to say it was a setup because to be honest, I just don't see, like, with this level of investigation, with what we've heard, with the fact that honestly Mel Tucker did have a very good season in 2021. He had a not so good season in 2022, yes, but they were looking up this year. I don't necessarily think. I mean, maybe if you're going 2-10 every year, okay, because this was mentioned about Northwestern too. Oh, this is a setup because they suck. Well, at least then, I mean, there's at least a kernel of, okay, they have consistently sucked for the last few years, but here they have. I mean, not every season has sucked, and so I just caution people to do that when the person is a trained like sexual assault, like anti-sexual assault kind of advocate, and like I don't think she would make something like that up, given the seriousness of it. So it could be wrong, but just based on what I've seen here, I mean they're all saying, I mean literally Mel Tucker's saying it happened. So
it could be a plot for money too. She might be trying to get money from Tucker. That could be possible too.
I mean, I really think we should hold off on
people lie all the time.
assigning motives to people in these cases. I mean, it's probably better to deal with like the facts, what we know, for sure. I mean, dangerous game when you assign motives to people you don't know.
I know. All right, y'all. So, any more comments on this before we move on to football?
Just want to say I do think Harlan Barnett will be given every chance to win this job. I think if they have a solid season, I could definitely see them holding him on long term. He's a former Spartan player, coach there for a very long time, including during their heydays, the best days. And D'Antonio still got a lot of weight in that athletic department. He's one of D'Antonio's guys. So.
Yeah, and we will. I actually have that listed as one of the games to talk about for the Week 3 preview. One thing I do want to cover. So Michael Hogue, join right now. If you want to be part of the panel, this is the link. Just click it and come on in. We have a spot. Come on in.
Yeah, I got nothing else to say about Mel Tucker. I mean, it's like kicking a dead horse. I mean, Michigan State is so down right now. I almost feel bad, but I don't.
I mean, didn't they just do a 30 for 30 or whatever a couple of years ago? Is anyone listening from Michigan State?
There was a deep ESPN investigation. There was a huge Title IX issue into the whole athletic department, and then there was a big expose on ESPN. It wasn't a 30 for 30. It was like one of those E60 type of things, but it was in the wake of that Dr. Nasser incident.
All right, so let's go ahead and start talking about. I have 3 games starred here as ones that I thought were very interesting. We know that Week 2, it's a lot of, one person in our conference playing a cupcake. Obviously, Michigan. We covered this. If you go back 2 days ago, Dre and I, along with Jason and Mike Fort, did the post-game live show, and so very exciting there. If you want to learn about that game and others, but we're just going to cover some of the ones that I thought were a little bit more interesting, including, of course, Colorado. He said we're coming. He said we're coming, and then and I'm gonna own this because when I get my predictions right, I own it. When I get my predictions wrong, I own it. I thought he was going to be 0-2 going after these 2 games. I really did. I didn't think their lines were going to be able to hold up. I thought they had great skill players. Shedeur is really good. But I'll own that. I was wrong. Colorado 36, Nebraska 14 after kind of a slog in the beginning. Could this first year at Colorado be the best coaching turnaround of all time in college football?
We've got 10 more games to play before we determine that.
I'm gonna say this, John. If Nebraska had an offense with a pulse, I think they could have won that game. I'm being 100% honest, because their defense was flying around for most of the game. They were playing really well, and then Nebraska just started turning the ball over, just coughing it up, just giving them points. So I think Colorado is a good team, but I don't. After watching that Nebraska game, I'm like, I think USC is going to destroy them when they play. Honestly.
I mean, I think most people thought that to begin with. I mean, to me, and I said this in the preseason even, I think Colorado will make a bowl game. I mean, it is kind of the easiest 3-0 start, but it's a 3-0 start because, I mean, it's Colorado State. There's no way they're not winning.
Yeah, I think it's absolutely going to be a 3-0 start. The Colorado State Rams can be a team that at least puts up a little bit of a fight. I mean, we saw them put up a little bit of a fight against Michigan last year. But, yeah, I mean, this should be a game, given the fact that they were able to crush Nebraska and they were able to beat a team. And, look, I know they're a shell of last year, but this is a team that went to the national championship game. So the fact that he was able to beat both of those teams, I think, is pretty notable. So with this said, look at this. I mean, the numbers here say a lot. It's a tale of 2 quarterbacks. On the one hand, Jeff Sims, who, by the way, why did they get rid of Casey Thompson? Can anybody tell me why they got rid of Casey Thompson? Because he would have had to be better in these situations than Jeff Sims. Can anyone answer me?
I think Thompson wanted to leave. I think he wanted to leave.
Oh, okay.
I mean, yeah, that's my only observation.
Yeah, he wanted out.
My only conclusion. It's
Mike says coaching change. Okay. Yeah, I mean that does make sense. But if I were on the, I mean, I'd be pretty happy to be rid of Scott Frost. I don't know if a coaching change would be, like, in this case, a negative. Although if you think about it from the player's perspective for a second, like, Rule has instituted a lot more physicality in practice, whereas I think Scott Frost was a lot more about saving it for game time or like limited, just based on what I heard on the Nebraska show and some of what they've been saying. So maybe that played a bit of a role. Maybe Jeff Sims was just winning the job in camp, and or was, I don't know. I don't know what's up, but yeah, Hummus, that makes sense. I mean, yeah, I wasn't exactly sure how it went down. Oh no! Oh, that's not good because I had a bit of a coin on him, so that's not good.
Oh wow!
Is that for real? Can someone confirm or deny?
Wow. There goes
Give me a
Jets
minute.
hype train. The hype train's over now.
Yeah. Oh, I'm screwed. Well, all right. So with that said, so I think we're pretty much full up on the panel for now, guys. But we'll rotate in about a half an hour. I think we're going to stick with who we have. But thanks for yeah.
John, Braylon Edwards flew to this game tonight. Poor Braylon. He's got to watch him. He's rooting for the Jets. Poor Braylon.
All right, y'all. So yeah, just looking at the stats here, like I said, tale of two quarterbacks. On the one hand, you have Jeff Sims, but then on the other hand, Shedeur Sanders in the second half, he really came alive. 393 yards, 2 touchdowns. I mean, the stats write themselves. Like, this guy, if he can do that against the more legit teams in the pack, he could be in the Heisman conversation. I think he has to do it against some more legit opponents.
Yeah, and, well, I mean, some of the top teams in the Pac-12 aren't great defensively. USC, Washington. He could have huge games against them, too. You know.
Yeah.
Aren't yeah.
Yeah. What was also interesting, I thought that Braylon Allen did not. Sorry, that's Wisconsin. What am I thinking? So yeah, I don't know. I think that I watched most of this game, Colorado and Nebraska, and I just, in the beginning, I thought, well, Nebraska's actually putting up a fight. They're putting up a fight. That this could be a very different game than last week, but again, Colorado's offense looks really good.
For the first half, it looked like it was the same Nebraska game as the week before against Minnesota.
Right.
It took almost the whole first half for anybody to score at all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. And I mean, looks like Jeff Sims himself was the second highest rusher on Nebraska. But yeah. Travis Hunter being able to play both positions, he's going to be a dynamic NFL player someday, I think.
He's going to get hurt, though, man. He's 100 plays a game that's not going to cut it, man. He's going to get hurt. I'm telling you. He keeps playing like that.
Yeah.
How? I don't really understand.
Because you're playing 100 plays a game. That's a lot of plays for one person to play.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
he's going to get hurt.
Chris Gamble did it.
The guy is really talented. I'm just worried about his health. They're playing him too much.
What's his name from Michigan? A few years back did it. Peppers.
Oh yeah. Yep.
No, Peppers was a role. I mean, he was a gadget player on offense, but maybe he was like a 5 offensive snap a game kind of guy.
Yeah. Yeah. Hunter plays a lot more than Peppers did on offense.
Who's wishing injuries? I'm just saying if he continues at this pace, he might get injured. I didn't say he was going to get injured.
Right. So, any final thoughts on Colorado, Nebraska?
Nebraska's got a lot of work to do for that.
That's an understatement. Yep.
Yeah.
They do. I mean, it's interesting. I think that part of it might be, I mean, Coach Prime just has this presence, and like he had built, like Rule obviously was in the NFL, so he couldn't do the same thing of bringing his players along like Sanders can, right? Because he's been building this team up at Jackson State and took the best players along with him to Colorado. So if you think about it, he already had kind of a built-in head start. Whereas Matt Rule is starting from basically scratch. I mean, I don't know if there's anyone even still with eligibility from his college teams. So I guess there is that dynamic too. And Rule is taking it, but like Colorado is a 1-win, I mean, dumpster fire football team last year. So that's the only excuse I can think of, but it's not much of one.
No, I mean, it's not like he took players from Florida State and brought them to Colorado. Those are Jackson State players. I know some of them could have gone to a higher level, but you know.
And the thing with Colorado is, I just don't think they have the roster talent. If one of their key players goes down, like Hunter or Sanders, that could be it for them, I think.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Michael, they get one. The one excuse they get is that Rule was in the NFL. That's it. Because Rule couldn't do what Sanders is doing. Sanders brought his best people along. He created like a super staff from some of his best people at Jackson State, and he recruited other people too, and he brings his best players from Jackson State. Rule wasn't able to do that demonstrably, especially with the players. So that's the one that is the one that I have. But still, Colorado did a fantastic job. All credit to them. 2-0. They've already doubled their wins from last year. So very, very exciting there. So Iowa State. So this year, Iowa gets it done against their rival. And it was a very Cade McNamara type game. Jason, you remember from when he was running the Michigan offense. The defense scored in this game, I believe, for Iowa. Also, yeah, not a lot going on with. Obviously, Luke Lachey had some good receptions for some yards. Patterson had some, but it felt very Cade. He was a game manager. He managed the game. What did you think, Jason?
Not one of his better performances, but I think overall he did enough for his team to win. I want to say this though, John. Did you hear about what Cade McNamara did to J.J. McCarthy?
I heard rumors.
So apparently, when J.J. was a freshman, he went to Cade for to help him with his game and take him under his wing.
Yeah.
And I heard that Cade, he ghosted him out. He said no. Now I lost a lot of respect for Cade after that, man. I'm sorry.
That's been confirmed.
Yeah.
Because I
believe it has.
Okay. Yeah. The thing is, I mean, it's tough because, I mean, Cade's like if you think of even at the NFL level, like we've been talking about Aaron Rodgers a bit. He was he really did he help Jordan Love much? From what I understand, probably not. Did Brett Favre help Aaron Rodgers much? Probably not. It's kind of
Roethlisberger.
But is it fair to say that college football and NFL are pretty different from each other?
Yes.
I think so.
Not in this situation. I mean, a guy's coming for your job.
Yeah.
I mean, it's kind of the same
Yeah, I
situation.
understand that, but when he's a freshman, I'm sure JJ was helping out these freshmen that came in, helping them out when they came in. I
But
don't think he was
JJ's
doing
not
that.
under any sort of threat to lose his job to these people. It's a different dynamic.
If Cade was as
Cade
good as
was
he
a
thinks he
three.
is, then he
Cade was
shouldn't
a
have been under any other
3-star,
threat
and there's a
either.
top 20 quarterback coming in right here, a 5-star, who everyone is claiming is the next great thing.
Yeah.
It's a
But if
different
you're the
environment.
starting quarterback and you're starting, and you should have confidence in yourself. You shouldn't have to worry about that.
I don't think he did. That's the thing. I mean,
I don't think so either. That's why he ghosted him, because he knew the writing was on the wall.
yeah, yeah. Until I hear it from JJ, I'm not gonna, take full stock in it. Maybe partial stock, but and JJ's too classy to confirm that anyway.
I'll look more into it, John. I'll look more into it, and I'll let you know.
Okay. Yeah, and by the way, Chris Foote, historian of the game, with a great statement. They are competing for the same job, yes, and especially in the Cade JJ situation. Yeah, like you said, Sean, it's very different, dynamic versus with obviously with a situation like this year where JJ obviously has cemented the job and he is the starter.
Yeah, he'll be the starter there until he doesn't want to be anymore. So
right. Yeah, if he goes to the NFL or not. Exactly.
Yeah.
Jackson, you can come on for the 9 p.m. block. Absolutely. We'll do some rotation. That's always what I do. If we have enough people who want to do it to call in, then we'll rotate at 9. So with Iowa State, back to this game. I will say that Iowa State, their quarterback, obviously passed for some more yards. It was definitely a defense. I mean, we knew it was going to be a defensive game. I think a lot of us had predictions closer to 12-7 or 14-10 or, so actually 20-13 is pretty high compared to what most people thought was going to be the score.
33 total points. So had to
that game's usually low scoring. Yeah, it's usually low scoring, good defenses.
Yeah, but Cade and Eric All, with Luke Lachey on the other side, just give them a little bit more than what they had last year. I mean, you're like, I know Cade isn't exactly MVP or anything, but he is a huge step up from Spencer Petras. I think we can all agree on that.
Yes, no question.
Affirmative.
Yeah.
No,
I mean, Iowa State, they were predicted to be they're dealing with a ton of suspensions and everything this year. It's probably a little disturbing that they didn't beat them more handedly than this.
Yeah.
I mean, Iowa State, I mean, how many players do they have out? 14? Something like that? It's a lot. And I mean, they weren't predicted to be that good even with those players there. So
yeah, South Bend Hawkeye with the comment. It's the typical Kirk Ferentz style of winning. But yet, his son needs 25 points to keep his job, and so far we're under that 25. So
and it's not going to get easier going forward.
Right. Yeah.
To get there.
Yeah, it is not going to get easier. So, obviously more stats just to look at here. Obviously Caleb John. This was another game, and we'll go over Wisconsin, but another game where the star running back was not the highest rusher. In this case, it was Jason Patterson, who was the highest rusher. But I'm not surprised that Luke Lachey and Eric Gall are the top 2 receivers, even though they're the tight ends. They're almost I would almost call them hybrid tight ends, because they can receive just as well as they can block. And Eric Gall,
Lachey, that is purely just a label, the tight end. I mean, he doesn't really line up in line at the end, attached to the line of scrimmage almost much at all. All's not a great blocker either, but he gives you a little bit more in that regard. But
Got a couple of comments here. Michael Campbell, our one of our Notre Dame fans, Golden Playbook. Another one on the panel here. We actually have a Notre Dame contingent, even for the Big Ten show. Plus, it's a preview of Notre Dame joining the Big Ten, which we all think is going to be happening at some point in the future. Of course, I'm sure Michael might have something to say about that. But yeah, I mean, I think the Iowa offense is coming up a little, but I still think they're being held back by Brian Ferentz. Based on the play calling that I've seen the last 2 games, it looks very similar to the play calling that we've seen. I was really hoping that they would let Cade kind of be like a player coach a little and like let him contribute to the offense and bring in some concepts from the 2021 playbook from Michigan. And from what I've seen so far, it's the same like under center, eye formation, run up.
It's a coaching issue for sure.
Yeah. As they have,
I think it's Brian Ferentz, like you said.
Yeah, they have the personnel to do it. So it's definitely, I think, an indictment on Brian Ferentz that he can't even muster the 20. Like the joke of the contract, you have to have 25 points to keep your job, and he can't even muster that. And even with the defense helping get to 25, they still don't get to.
And I mean, like you need to be stat padding against the Utah States and even the bad Iowa States of the world.
Yeah.
I mean,
you're up against some tough teams coming up here.
Yeah. Penn State's not going to. You're not going to get to 25 in Happy Valley, I don't think. So.
Hummus, apparently Aaron Rodgers got injured, which is very sad news for me for 2 reasons. 1, we hate injuries. 2, I had money on this, and Aaron Rodgers was one of the people on my fantasy team. So not great. Not great.
It was an injury.
But how can you predict that shit? I mean, seriously. All right. So
a 40-year-old getting injured playing professional football. You never complete that.
But this early, I don't know. All right. Yeah, maybe at least he gets a couple of games before. All right, y'all. So we had another kind of interesting matchup, and this is the other one I had circled. So Washington State beats the Badgers. Wisconsin gets their first loss of the year.
I saw it.
And you called it a lot. There's a lot of people who called it for sure because Wisconsin's still figuring it out. Tanner Mordecai did have a pretty decent game statistically in terms of passing yards. Cam Ward got another touchdown. But I guess I also Wisconsin's defense did let a few big plays through, and normally Wisconsin's defense is pretty tough. But in this case, they definitely let some stuff go. And from an offensive perspective, they're clearly still figuring out how they're going to mix the air raid and the run together.
Well, they're still figuring a lot out on defense too. It's a big difference from the way Jim Leonard liked to call games versus the way Mike Tressel likes to run a defense.
Yeah.
Everybody was sipping the Wisconsin Kool-Aid. I told everybody, pump the brakes.
Yep.
I called it, man. I said, pump the brakes.
I mean, I thought all offseason the defensive changes were going to be more significant than the offensive changes. These are the type of games in past years Wisconsin would win because they would hold their opposition to 14 points.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of turnover, a lot of transition. This is a Washington State's a brutal road trip. I mean, that everything I hear is you have to take like a couple hour bus ride from the nearest airport, and it's just kind of out in the middle of absolute nowhere, very eerie place. I would have been really impressed if they went on the road and won this game. It's not an embarrassing loss whatsoever, and I think Wisconsin's going to get significantly better as the year goes forward. So nothing to
It's
really.
not embarrassing, but it's a bad loss. It's not embarrassing, but it's a bad
I
loss.
don't even agree with that. I think this is a game they should have lost.
I do, considering it's Wisconsin.
Eh,
We'll take a quick pause for Dave Valensky, who we thank for your $4.99 contribution to the Voice of College Football. As a Minnesota fan, we always like it when Badger fans cry. So there's the Minnesota perspective for everybody today. I was just in your great state very recently for a conference. It was just as hot as Florida, which is very. I was expecting it to be a little cooler at least, but nope. I know you can't control the weather though, Dave. But we thank you for your contribution and all of that good stuff. So yeah, I mean, I guess the question that I put here is the air raid really the answer for Wisconsin and for the Big Ten in general? This seems like a very interesting decision at a place where you see a lot of maybe there's spread, but it's a little bit more physical. I mean, you think of Michigan. I mean, even Penn State, they run a lot. They have two really good running backs. They run a lot. Iowa, we know they're not running an air raid. With the cold weather, I know we don't like to talk about weather, but I mean, with an air raid, that does impact it. Just like with Ohio State talking about the weather, and they have the spread and everything. So I don't know. Is it the answer?
I mean, well, it's way too early to tell. Well, based on this with Wisconsin, 2 games in. I don't see why it can't be run in the Big Ten, and in some sense, I think it might work better because a lot of the defenses I think are built to be a little bit sturdier. Stop the run first type of defenses in the Big Ten. So it might actually give you a little bit of a schematic advantage in the Big Ten, but it takes time to work it out to get the rhythm down. Everything.
Yeah.
Wisconsin, and like I said, Wisconsin has no continuity at all. These quarterbacks and these receivers have never played together at all. So, they'll get better at this as the year goes forward, I'm sure.
Yeah. Jackson with the point. If it's the second or third year, I understand asking the question. Yeah, but just looking at just how they've been running it and the personnel that they have. We saw the spring game, 4 picks. I don't know. I'm skeptical, and I love watching air raids, and I loved watching Mike Leach and his schemes. Rest in peace. But yeah, I don't know. We'll see. All right, before we move over to the Week 3 previews, we do have a couple more callers for the 9 p.m. block that we're going to bring in a bit. Sean, I believe you were the first one to call in, so I'm going to give you your final thought, and if you'd like to share where people can find you on the internet.
Okay, it's just this weekend kind of blows. Not a lot of interesting game. The one big one is Wisconsin at Michigan State, which just got a lot more interesting for the wrong reasons. But no, ho hum weekend coming up. Great weekend this past one, but yeah, won't probably be lean talking points next week. Thanks for having me on, guys. I'll see you guys at some point.
Absolutely. Thanks for being on, Sean.
Thank you. Take care.
All right. And let's see here. So with that said, I think at this point, I think we can probably swing 6. So we'll with me included. So let's give it a shot and see how it goes. But I reserve the right to let's try to keep it one at a time. No one talk over each other, and be respectful. And let's go. Let's bring in our buddy Jackson Johnson, who's the host of the Jacksonian. Jackson, thanks for joining us on the Ocho.
Thank you for having me on the Ocho, Johnny.
And of course, friend of the program, Go Blue, is here. Go Blue.
Hey, what's going on, man?
I will say your name because I love when I hear Go Blue. So,
Hey, man, I'm with you, man. Look, I'm excited, man. I'm excited.
I am too. So with our next block here, we're going to go into week 3 previews. But before we do, just a quick reminder about our sponsor. So we actually have a brand new sponsor here at Voice of College Football. So it's Ticket Smarter. So what we're going to ask everybody to do, if you got your tickets, you need to get your tickets for your games coming up. Just use ticketsmarter.com. And we have 2 promo codes that you can use. We've got BIG for $10 off a purchase of at least 100. Or if you need to make a purchase of at least 300, you can use BIG20 for $20 off. And then that just gives Mark Rogers and Voice of College Football Network some support. So consider doing that for us. We would really appreciate it. And of course, it is football season. Get your Voice of College Football merch. Quite a few of us have gotten at least something. If you haven't yet, please do so because, of course, it's football season, and now is the time to be showing off Voice of College Football type stuff. Whether you're getting your apron for your tailgates or you want to go swimming and you want your swimming trunks or whatever the case may be, we've got something for pretty much everybody here at the Voice of College Football. I am going to so we do have another caller for 9 o'clock. So I am going to say Golden Playbook. We love you, but we're gonna bring on the Minnesota fan at this point. So Golden Playbook, final thought, and where could people find you?
You could find me on Instagram. My name is gauge.warren.98.
Sweet.
On Instagram. So
there you
hope
go.
you guys have a great night, and hopefully there's some good games this week.
All right. Well, thanks, Golden Playbook, for coming in. And with that said, we now have Dave Valensky is in the house. Minnesota fan, right?
Yep, Minnesota Dave.
Minnesota Dave's in the house. Thanks
Dave's
for coming.
right here, man.
Hey, how's it going?
Not much. How's it going with you, man?
Yeah, I'm doing pretty good. I work at the University of Minnesota. I'm a custodian over here at the U.
Okay.
The U.
It's always been, we call ourselves the U. We were the U before Miami called themselves.
I was going to ask,
U.
who did it first, you or Miami?
We started calling ourselves the U back when we won those 3 national championships in a row, and Bernie Bierman started coaching our team. This way we didn't get mixed up with as being the U of M, which we considered Michigan.
Yeah, that does make a lot of sense. So what I'm doing here is just really quick building everybody's banner so that everybody knows who you are when they come on here. Dave Valensky. There we go. Valensky, Minnesota fan. Awesome.
Or also goes Minnesota Dave.
Or Minnesota Dave.
It goes Minnesota Dave.
All right. Minnesota Dave. There we go. Boom. All right. We got our panel for the 9 o'clock block here, and we're going to get right to it with Week 3 previews. So the first game that we're going to talk about is Penn State versus Illinois. Now, Penn State is favored by 14.
Yeah.
We're going to see this at noon on Fox. And is this Penn State's first real test?
No.
Well, hold on. I will say it might be their first defensive test to a degree.
Okay.
Yeah.
I would say Illinois is a test because, I mean,
What happened there?
but at the same time, Franklin's going to have him thinking about Illinois. He's going to be posting that day before game day.
Yeah.
I don't think it will be. I think it might be close in the first half,
Yeah.
and then Penn State pulls away in the second half.
Well, we know it's not going to 8 overtimes this time around.
I was going to say, as long as we don't get that nasty chunk that we got a few years ago, that 20-18 thriller that went way too long, I'm all good for it.
Well, I will say
I got no complaints about a long college football game. Those kind of games are my kind of games for me.
Oh yeah. I remember LSU, and I think it was Texas
LSU?
A&M going to 7 overtimes.
What was it? Seven? That was like 74 to like 72 or something like that.
And I took a nap, and then the game was still going on.
Johnny, I couldn't hear what you said. Ellis who?
Yeah. Well, as a resident Bama fan here, I guess that yes, the Fighting Brian Kellys. So Penn State this past Saturday, had their only win that they're going to get against a team with blue and maize winged helmets.
That's bad.
Get him, John.
The Delaware football team. So they did handily take care of business against Delaware. But
it is Delaware. Keep in mind.
Could they cover? They're favored by 14. Will they cover that?
Every time I hear, okay, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Oh, every time I hear about Delaware, I just think about the Wayne's World gag. Well, now we're in Delaware. We're in Delaware.
Oh man. Yeah, I think Penn State can beat the spread on this game.
I think they will.
They might, man. I don't know, man. I don't know. Like, a lot of these teams haven't played really anybody yet, Michigan included.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be interesting to see because Illinois got some defense, and they haven't really faced any good defense yet. So it's going to be exciting to see a first-time starter in his first year, see if he faces some adversity. Because I think he's the second-best quarterback in the league. I mean, JJ's clearly number one. I mean, what are we talking about here? But he's definitely the second best quarterback in the league.
He's very good.
I'm gonna say Penn State 38, Illinois 17.
Wow.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna say that it's going to be Penn State 45, Illinois 16.
I'm gonna go Penn State 24, Illinois 20.
Jackson?
I'm going to say Penn State 38, Illinois 21.
Buckeye Mike?
Okay, first of all, did we just say that Drew Allar was the second best quarterback in the league?
Yeah. Who else would be?
Number one is
I
JJ,
agree
but
with that.
obviously number two is Cade McNamara, folks. Come on now.
Okay. We joking, so I'll roll with that since we're joking. I thought you was gonna say something like Devin Doo or Kyle Mick. What I'm doing?
Check down Kate.
I can't agree with that. I mean, I don't know. I just can't
joke.
do it.
Yeah, it's a joke. It was definitely a joke.
Anyway, score. I think Penn State is very dominant. I think the other winged helmet, which please explain to me why Michigan hasn't sued Delaware over that.
Delaware came
Second
first,
half.
I think.
Anyway, my score prediction is going to be Penn State 45, Illinois 20.
Mine is 36-10 for Penn State. So with that said, Dave, we'll start with you on this one. Minnesota is going to UNC, who's favored by 7.5. We're going to see that at 30 p.m. Eastern on ESPN. Dave, can Minnesota pull the upset?
Yes, they can.
Okay,
Yes,
why?
they can.
Wait, who are they playing?
North Carolina.
Yeah, it's on the screen. Yeah.
Oh, it's right there. My bad.
You're good.
Yeah, the only thing I worry about is we lost 2 guys in the Eastern Michigan game, or 2 big players, which is Brandon Stanford, right? I don't know if he's injured or what. I watched PJ Fleck talk in the post game. He did not bring up injuries or anything like that, or where people were at. So he always kind of does that. He doesn't really like to tell people who's injured, who's not. So it doesn't. This way, it doesn't give away before game time and who's be on the sidelines, who's not. So, but Brandon Stanford went down, had a hard hit, but I don't know how bad it was. And then the backup for our star defensive end, the star defensive end, I keep forgetting his name, but the backup is it's Jowalski or something like that, some Polish name. I can't remember. But he went down. He played really good against Nebraska, and he looked really good against most of the Eastern Michigan game. But the biggest worry I also have is Kelly McManus, our quarterback, needs to learn to put a little touch on the ball. Not every throw needs to be rifled, especially your 5-yard and shorter throws. He had one today, in the Eastern Michigan that got intercepted because it ricocheted, because thrown too hard at Brandon Stanford. And this is the one where Brandon Stanford got injured, and he threw it hard, and he hit off his hand, hit off his knee, and then went right into the safety of Eastern Michigan. And he's been kind of likes to rifle that ball a little bit too much on those check down plays, and it's like kind of have to put
He's kind of like Kyle
that.
McCord.
Yeah, he needs to put some touch on that ball sometimes. Offensive line looked really good against the running game. I've heard about a mix from Mike about NC's defense. They either play really well or they play really bad. They had a good game against against South Carolina, and then of course they almost lost to Appalachian State. Now Appalachian State is a very good small Sun Belt team, but they're still Appalachian State. So
A&M last year.
Yeah, the B-Day. Well, A&M was not that good, weren't they, last year?
And they kept it tight with Miami in 2021. And they beat North Carolina 2019. And they beat South Carolina 2019. Took Penn State to overtime in 2018. So let's not forget that. Oh, and I forgot to mention, they did score 61 points against North Carolina last year to start off the 2022 season.
And they got their name and recognition by beating Michigan
a
couple of years back.
What? Wait, what happened?
Always live in infamy.
I just have a blank that week, and I choose to remember the end of that season when we beat Urban Meyer and Tim Tebow. That's what I choose to remember about that. But
so you must have blank in 2007 because you also got destroyed by Oregon the following week.
That is true.
Oh, yeah. Dennis Ditson had that little Statue of Liberty play, doing that little head nod, going for the touchdown.
Hey, John, my new nickname for Cade is Cade Discount Double Check Down McNamara.
I just call him Check Down Kate. I think it's a lot easier than that one.
It's funnier though.
But
Discount
yeah,
Double Check Down.
Minnesota, North Carolina. I don't think it's going to be a tight game because like Minnesota tends to wait for a close game. I think Drake May's going to dominate that Minnesota defense, honestly.
I disagree. Totally disagree. I think this is the first defense that he'll be tested against. I think Minnesota's defense is way better than South Carolina and Appalachian State. So
I think Minnesota can upset North Carolina, but I don't think they will. I think it'll be like 24-17 North Carolina.
Okay.
If this game was at Minnesota, I would be positive about Minnesota pulling it
I'm
off.
just not sold on the quarterback. He's solid, but I don't think he's good enough to win on the road.
Khalik Manis, you mean? Yeah. I mean, and he's, obviously this is only his.
I don't think he's terrible. I think he's a solid quarterback. He's pretty decent.
Isn't this like?
But like he was saying, I think he needs to work on his touch. His touch isn't there.
Yeah,
he should watch some JJ film.
He won on the road before. He beat Wisconsin last year on the road. And he had a heck of a game. I think he had like almost 300 yards throwing in on that game with some amazing passes.
Yeah, I mean, he's had good moments, and
he's way better than Taylor Morgan, in my opinion. Taylor Morgan, once he lost.
He had his good moments, but yeah.
Taylor Morgan had the better wide receivers, I felt. And that's what made and that's what made Taylor Morgan look a lot better than he actually was.
Kirk Shiroka, that's his name. He's I'd say one of the better OCs Minnesota's had in recent history.
He's gone.
Yeah, I know. I'm saying so. Tanner Morgan had the benefit not just of wide receivers, but also of him for a lot of the years.
I think he was only there for 2 years.
Was it 2 or?
It was 2 years because he went to Penn State and then he got fired from Penn State during the COVID year.
And now he's at Rutgers, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah. But still, 2 years, and 2019 was the one where they beat Penn State. So
yeah,
there you go.
That was a fun game. That was probably one of the best games I've ever been to as a Gopher fan.
Yeah, that was. I was at a wedding at the time, and I snuck away because that game was happening, and I wanted to watch part of it. So yeah, and public service announcement: don't plan weddings during football season.
Yeah,
don't have to tell me twice.
But if you do, no, actually, I really these are people I care very much about. But if you do, then have a big screen with like 4, like the YouTube TV now does like 4 different games on one thing. So you could have a big projector screen and then have all the games going on. That would be cool. Like kind of B-dub style, like reception or something. I could do that.
If I gotta go to a wedding during the fall, they better have something like what you just said, Johnny.
Yeah, that would absolutely be on my list of things if in that case. But so with that said, I guess we'll go predictions. So Jason, you already gave yours. Dave, what do you think?
I think it's going to be Minnesota winning on a last-second field goal, 22 to 19.
Okay,
that's weird.
I guess week 3 won't be boring.
Oh, I'm sorry. Let's make it 22 to 20.
22 to 20. Okay. Go Blue. What do you think?
I think I gotta go with the Big Ten, man. I'm gonna go Minnesota 16, pulling off a defensive shocker on Drake May.
Wow.
Holding him to 9 points.
Whoa.
Okay. Buckeye
That wouldn't
Mike?
be a shocker because he hasn't been playing well. So.
Okay, Mike, what say you?
Oh man, Minnesota's going to pull the upset. I think they can. Will they is going to be the question, obviously. Minnesota 24, North Carolina 23. Rehash of 22 FSU LSU.
Wow.
Who can, well, I guess after they got beat by FSU they could, but technically can no longer be called LSU.
Jackson?
I got to say, not so fast, my friends. I got to go with North Carolina 38, Minnesota 28.
Ooh, wow. We have scores all over the board right now. Okay.
I don't see it being that high, but hey, we'll see.
I'm gonna UNC 17, Minnesota 14.
Man, you got a lot of faith in North Carolina's defense. I'll tell you what.
Yeah, that's the one thing I'm kind of like scratching my head about with North Carolina is their defense. Is it better, or is it just one game they actually had a good game and South Carolina was just stinking bad.
Yeah, but I'm also thinking of Minnesota's offense in this too.
Yeah,
that's what I'm thinking, John. That's the reason I think.
I think Minnesota's offense, if they can be able to, if they played like they did against Nebraska, they're not going to beat North Carolina. But they play against what they did against Eastern Michigan, and they're able to run the ball and then maybe even mix the run with the pass. I think they can not easily, but they can probably put out a squeaker of an upset. They're going to get stopped a couple of times, and they'll be able to. I feel. If they're able to stop North Carolina on a couple of possessions, they might be able to pull off the upset. The thing is, I just don't know much about North Carolina. I've always thought about them as a basketball school than a football school.
Yeah, they've had some year. I mean, Sam Howell, they had some decent. They had a decent year or two in there. Drake May looks. He's a solid quarterback. I think they'll win, but it's gonna be a close one. But
I'm not impressed with Ray this year. He's getting a lot of Heisman talk, but I just don't see it.
I don't think.
I think JJ is a much better quarterback than Drake May.
JJ, if you go by PFF, is the best quarterback in college football.
Jesus. Yeah, I'm putting JJ. I'm putting Marvin Harrison Jr. I'm putting Caleb coming back, and then after that, I'm not sure who else will be.
Another PSA, guys. The Buffalo Bills just went up 10-3 with Allen throwing a Joe Burrow against the Raiders playoff-esque touchdown to Diggs.
I miss Diggs. As a Vikings fan, I do miss Diggs. But Jackson's so good.
How about them Lions, baby?
I did pick Diggs.
Oh, they're gonna be really good.
At least I'm not gonna completely crater out with my Rodgers pick because I did pick Diggs. But still, not gonna make any now.
A wise old man at ESPN once said, "No one circles the wagons like the Buffalo."
If you're Detroit, how do you make a statement when you knock off the defending Super Bowl champions in Week 1? That's making a statement.
It's a statement.
I'll say the Detroit Lions. I will say last season the Detroit Lions were very impressive in that second half of the season. OC Ben Johnson had a lot to do with it, and the fact that they were able to convince him to stay for 2023 to run it back, that's going to be amazing for Detroit right there. But that next game you're talking about, Washington, Michigan, that is so disrespectful that they put it on Peacock. That's so disrespectful.
I mean, Maryland, Maryland, Ohio State's going to be on Peacock only. So, I mean, everybody has to go through it.
I don't know why Maryland could win that game.
I mean, I'll watch it. Don't get me wrong.
I'm glad Michigan's done with Peacock.
Yeah, we might have one more game.
Really? Which one?
might have one more. I heard there might be one more. I don't know.
Good thing I didn't cancel yet.
There might be one more. I don't know. But anyway, so Washington is favored by 16 at East Lansing, 5 p.m. Eastern on.
They are going to whoop that. I ain't gonna say the last word.
You're allowed.
They're buns.
Can I say that last word?
You're allowed to say ass. Yes.
No, that's not what I was going with.
Oh, okay.
You know that song, whoop that, whoop that.
Okay.
Yeah, they gonna do that though, man. They in turmoil over there.
So yeah. So obviously we've got a two-pronged situation. On the one hand, you have Washington and Michael Penix, what he did last year, great. I think he's really elevated his game at Washington. Meanwhile, MSU has an interim head or a temporary head coach or whatever we're calling it, and Mark D'Antonio coming back. So Mark D'Antonio will be back in an, I guess, advisory capacity.
Why do I get the feeling this is similar to Bill Snyder coming out of retirement? Like they're going to convince him to.
They can bring Nick Saban over, and it's not going to make any difference. They're going to get slaughtered.
Hey, I wouldn't mind D'Antonio coming back. I'd love to whoop up on him some more.
Washington's going to slaughter Michigan State. It's not going to be close.
Yeah. But I will say, though, it would not surprise me if Michigan State just kind of says, hey, Coach D'Antonio, it's great having you back on the sidelines. What do you say you come back as head coach for the next few years?
It's possible.
Because, I mean, it feels similar to Bill Snyder coming out of retirement. Everybody thought he was retired for good after 2005, but then the Ron Prince era at Kansas State didn't pan out so well. They fire him, and they're like, hey, Bill Snyder, I know you like fishing and all, but can you come out of retirement for a few years? He's like, sure, absolutely. But I feel like the same thing's going to happen with Michigan State. Or they could go with John's idea, play musical chairs for interim coach.
There you go. Hey, yeah, it wasn't that something when they actually did that, and we talked about it on air, and then they did that. That was great.
Somebody up there likes John D'Animo at the Michigan Athletic Department.
I wasn't the only one throwing the idea out, but yeah, I appreciate that. But yeah, so Washington favored by 16. I'm not shocked at this at all. MSU has looked okay. I mean, they've won their games so far, but now they're up against a real team in Washington who has Michael Penix. They have a lot of pieces around them. Does anyone think that Michigan State might win this game?
Hell no.
No.
Nope. No.
I would bet confidently on this game that Washington will win and cover easily.
Hey, little bro gonna be treated like a little bro Saturday.
Oh, it's gonna be a beatdown. It's gonna be an absolute beatdown.
As someone of the singer once said, "Hell no to the no."
Is that Buckeye singing lessons that you took? Gotta be.
No. It's University of Michigan singing lessons that I took.
Yeah, I don't know about
I couldn't afford that. It's too prestigious.
I don't know about that, Sean, but I appreciate the thinking that that's possible. We do have our Rutgers fan, Keep Chopping. Noah Kim can sling the rock. Sure. Yeah. He can.
Yeah, but hasn't been tested yet. I don't think he has.
Yeah, I think he's going to sling the rock right to a defender a couple of times.
Oh, yeah. Wait till he sees that Michigan ferocious D-line front seven. He ain't going to know what to do. He going to transfer mid-game.
JJ's proven he can play in big games. He did it against Ohio State last year.
Man.
Noah Kim is leading the Big Ten in passing yards and yards per completion. So, how about that?
Who's leading in completion percentage though in QBR?
That's not even possible, by the way. JJ leads the whole country.
JJ Goat Carthy, yes.
He leads the whole country in completion percentage. He leads the whole country in QBR.
No, there's one person ahead of JJ. He's on the quarterback for Tulane is at like 90-some%. And
Yeah,
then
JJ's at 90. JJ's at 96.
Before our
JJ's
head
at
get
87 completion percentage, 87.
Oh, completion percentage? I was talking about QBR, yeah.
I'll be honest. I feel like it's going to be a Washington 42, Michigan State 24 game.
Okay. Buckeye Mike, what do you think?
Well, I was going to say, first of all, before our heads get way too inflated, it's only week 3, gentlemen. So I'm sure it'll drop a little bit. Not much. And
I'm not sure. JJ McBurrow, he's doing his thing.
Love it.
They're not in the same category, bro. Keep dreaming.
I don't know about that.
I don't know about that either.
Burrow won a national championship. That is
yeah, and we about to win one too. So what up?
Oh my God, that's funny.
Below said Michigan's gonna lose to Maryland. Didn't they struggle with Charlotte? Didn't they struggle against Charlotte?
Who? What?
Maryland.
Below said Michigan's gonna lose to Maryland. Didn't Maryland struggle against Charlotte last week?
They did.
Yep, it felt like I didn't watch.
Michigan looks like the 33rd NFL team.
I didn't watch the game, but from what I heard of it, it felt like Maryland's web.
So as far as the game, Michigan State might have had a slim chance before all this crap came down. Washington will cover, and I don't know what the over-under is, but I'm sure they'll come close to covering it themselves. I'd say Washington 59, Michigan State 6.
Ooh.
Jesus. Wow, I don't think it's gonna be that bad. But
6.
That's bad.
Holy crap. Okay, Jason?
I'm gonna say Washington 45, Michigan State 14.
All right. Dave?
I'm gonna say Washington 50, Michigan State 28.
Go Blue.
I'm gonna say just a butt whooping. I mean, I pick the score. I don't know. It's gonna be like a 3-score lead. I'm gonna go because Pac-12 defense really ain't that great. So I'm gonna give them a little slack there. I'm gonna go 42-10.
And I'm gonna go 42-3.
Oh wow! You giving them no chance at all?
Nope.
Even score a tutty?
Nope.
Okay.
We'll see. You know, I don't know. I just think they're going to be really distracted. Washington is a really good football team. It is at East Lansing, which is going to make the defeat even worse when it happens. And I know I'm going to have some people in chat being like, well, you hate Michigan State. So, well, yeah, but that doesn't mean I can't give analysis, you know, that is somewhat impartial at times. But I think this one's going to be a Washington butt whooping.
I mean, it's going to be so bad that if people were making fun of the Bama fans leaving early for the Texas loss, Michigan State fans are about to get made fun of because they're going to be leaving the game at halftime. It's going to be so bad.
We do have some Buckeyes calling it for Sparty. So Daniel Henry says 31-30 Sparty. Steven says 40-34. So there are some Buckeye fans going Sparty.
Well, you know that the Buckeye education ain't that great, so I'm not surprised.
Oh, geez. You know, we have one on.
The Buckeye education.
Come on.
Hey, we gotta keep it spicy. That's the whole point of a rivalry, man. You gotta keep it spicy.
Yeah.
Well, you know, there was that one guy that went to the University of Michigan left the University of Michigan to go to Ohio State and raised the standards at both universities.
I wouldn't be surprised. He probably learned a lot at Michigan and brought that to Ohio State, try to help him out. So I'm not surprised. I mean, in the great words of one of your past quarterbacks, we don't play school, we play football.
Oh, I love that so much. You know, he put that on his what do they call it? The cap. He put that on there. We're not.
Yeah, because that's what they preach there. Hey, you know, go to class, but you don't worry about it. Just show up. You know.
Well, guess what? I mean, he is a national championship QB, which is more than any Michigan quarterback. After
This
Brian
is
Reese.
true. This is true. Up until JJ this year. But anyways, let's keep it going.
True. Okay, yeah, we've gotten a little off the rails. Steven, you always like to talk about how biased the panel is. Even though we have a locked panel, if you want to come on, I'll make an exception for you so we can finally put this to bed, because we do have, maybe one or two Michigan fans, but we also have Buckeyes. We have Minnesota fans. We have Bama fans in here. Okay? We had a Notre Dame fan earlier. If you want to come in and
it is also a Big Ten show.
If you want to come in and shore up the Buckeyes, how about call in for once and stop complaining? Okay. Next up, we've got a real barn burner here. So Northwestern did win their last game against UTEP, and now they're going up against Duke, who has actually been looking very good. The quarterback looks fantastic. They're favored by 18.5. It's going to be on the ACC network at 3:30 p.m. Eastern. Any chance for Northwestern coming off their win last week, or is Duke just going to destroy them?
Well, they got AJ Henning, so they always got a chance.
Yeah, they always have a chance.
When you bring that culture, when you bring that Michigan culture into a locker room,
are they playing at Ryan Field or are
You
they
got a
playing
chance.
at Duke?
No chance for Northwestern, but I must say that Riley Leonard guy, he looks like a guy that could beat Clemson someday.
Are they playing at Northwestern or are they playing at Duke?
It's at Duke.
That's at Duke. It's on ACC network.
That's why it says it's on the ACC network.
Yeah.
All right.
So you think Northwestern's starting to get like that group of five treatment? Do you think Duke paid Northwestern to come to Duke?
I feel like Northwestern right now. Remember, like the cheerleaders and the mascots that were drunk on the water boy, just like wanting to get through the game and to begin the movie. That's what the atmosphere. That's what the atmosphere is looking like at Northwestern. They just want to get through this whole year.
Well, it's always been like that at Northwestern. There's more visiting fans that go to freaking Northwestern games than Northwestern fans.
Well, hold on. More Northwestern fans go to Northwestern than Miami fans right now, so it could be worse.
I will say this about Henning. AJ Henning is a very talented player, but the game that I watched, Northwestern versus Rutgers. Remember, Jackson, you and I were watching that one together. With,
yeah, that was a good one.
Yeah, because it was like the only game on, and I was bored, so I was like, I'm just going to do a Patreon stream, because this is what happens, folks. We do Patreon and YouTube member streams all the time during the football season. So join Patreon, join the YouTube membership. And yeah, what I saw was they failed to utilize who I felt is one of the best players on that entire field, AJ Henning. They failed to get him the ball. They failed to draw up plays where he could be utilized. And when they did go to him, the ball was either underthrown or overthrown. So,
well, they used them in that next game.
Yes. Well, yes. They showed UTEP who's boss. Absolutely, they did.
Hey, man. Got to start somewhere.
That is true. Yes. No. AJ Henning's a great player, but he is one player. And I do think they need to do more reverses. I think they need to do more because, like AJ Henning, he's really good at those perimeter runs.
He's quick.
He's quick. Obviously, the Ohio State touchdown. We remember that one. from 2021. He can make those types of 5 to 10 yard. Like you need to get that first down. You need to get that touchdown. Bring him in for a reverse. Do an end around. Do something where his speed can be utilized and his cutting ability can be utilized. Northwestern just didn't do that against Rutgers much, and I hopefully they'll be able to do that against Duke, because I think that's the only way that they have a shot is if they can get AJ Henning going. Because Duke on the other side is really they are really good. I mean, hats off to them for what they've been able to accomplish, because Duke was a dumpster fire team.
Oh, they were the Northwestern of the ACC.
Right. So actually I don't have Michigan or Ohio State to answer the private chat on these games, because Michigan's playing Bowling Green.
Man, why you take the fun out of it, man?
Hey, as a Minnesota fan, don't underestimate Bowling Green.
Here's what I'll say about that. Here's what I'll say about that. Everybody should watch that game just to see the greatness of JJ McCarthy. And number two, you're going to be watching one of the two best defenses in college football. It's them in Georgia. Then there's a gap. Period. If you go watch that Michigan front seven, and if you're a team that's got to play that, you might have nightmares that night. I'm letting you know right now. Kenneth Grant looking like Jaden Davis from 2021 Georgia.
Kenneth Grant is looking legit. And I will say this, if you missed our post-game show on Saturday, Dre Artis is back hosting the post-game shows. So Dre was on with us. We also had Jason and Mike Fort join us later. Check that out. It was a good show, and we will be talking about this with our all-star panel, Nelson Hubble and Tanner Wooten, from who are, I believe, both coming back for Wednesday at 5 p.m. Eastern. So definitely tune into those.
Hey, if you want to see a generational defensive tackle, I'm telling you, watch Kenneth Grant. The dude is in the backfield on every play. It's crazy.
I tried to warn everybody about Kenneth Grant, but nobody took me seriously.
All right, let's do our predictions for Northwestern at Duke, and this time we're going to start with Go Blue.
I'm a ride with. Look, when I pick these picks, you gotta understand. Part of it is I'm riding with the Big Ten. Okay, obviously, I think Duke's a much better team. With that being said, AJ Henning going to have a game-winning touchdown with 3 seconds on the clock. Jet sweep. 24-20.
Wow. Northwestern upset. Okay. With that said, Dave Valence or Minnesota Dave.
Well, I'm going to say it's going to be 21-9 Duke.
I could absolutely see that. What about you, Jason?
I'm going to say Duke 38, Northwestern 7.
I could also see that. Buckeye and Mike.
I think if Duke is something, we're going to see it here. I like what Duke has slowly built up to. I think they have a really good offense. I think the entire team for Northwestern is just in shambles too much. I think Duke is going to win. Duke is going to cover. The final score will be Duke 52, Northwestern 6.
Wow. Jackson.
I got Duke winning 42-17 against Northwestern.
I'm going to say Duke 34, Northwestern 14. Okay, we do have a super chat. We want to thank a friend of the program, Will ND for giving a generous contribution here. Thank you for that. Hey guys, sorry my Knights of Columbus meeting went too long for me to come on tonight. Please check out my Week 2 recap and Week 3 preview with me and Jeffrey, our buddy Jeffrey. Only Talk Sports. It should be fun. We love Jeffrey. We love Only Talk Sports as well. So thank you for the $10, and please go check that out. I'm sure it will be fantastic. With that said, so Braum, we were not sure, going into the season, how long it would take him to implement his style. We weren't sure if he was, how many wins he was going to have early on. But he is now 2-0.
Hey, real quick. We should talk about Ohio State versus Western Kentucky. That's going to be a game.
Oh yeah, I mean that's going to be next level. So Louisville is going to be at Indiana, and they're favored by 10. And so, with that said, can Braum make it 3-0?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Definitely.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
I think they'll win.
I think
Okay.
it'll be tighter than most people think because, I mean,
Yeah. I think Indiana has a better
Louisville is
defense this year.
Yeah, Indiana has a really good defense, but their offense is just like Nebraska.
Yep. Mike Fort says
Louisville's going to destroy them.
Mike Fort says Louisville doesn't live up to the hype, but they don't struggle this game at all. But we are seeing, so they did win 56. Yeah, they did win 56-0, but were they playing anybody?
Can I explain
It was
how
Murray
bad that
State.
team was that Indiana played? You guys want to know how bad that team is? Yes, it's an FCS team. But the only wins they had in 2022 were versus an 0-11 FCS team and a 1-10 FCS team. And that one win was at home. The 1-10 win was at home in overtime against that team. It's one of the worst FCS teams in the country.
DeReal MVP. So Louisville is how I've heard most people say it in the city. But I think I just kind of default to Louisville just because
Louisville.
Louisville.
Louisville. Wonder why nobody's ever called it Louisville.
Louisville. I call it Louisville.
That's where I originally was born.
Oh, sweet, man.
Yeah, I only lived there for 6 months of my life. We moved back to Michigan, and then we moved to Minnesota.
So I'm going to look at the opponent, that was a little bit more legit in Georgia Tech when I'm evaluating this Louisville team. So if you look at that game, obviously Jack Plummer, quarterback, had 3 touchdowns, a pick, 247 yards. And it does seem like Braum's scheme is getting both receivers and runners going. Jawar Jordan had 96 yards a tutty. Jamari Thrash had 2 tutties, 88 yards, 7 receptions. So from what I can see, they and it's only been, this was an even earlier game. They have their offense going quicker than I expected. So yeah, with that said, I think they should be able to take care of business against Indiana, and they're favored by 10. So I could see that happening. Let's go with predictions on this one, and we'll start with Jackson.
I'm gonna go Louisville 35, Indiana 24 on this one.
Okay. Buckeye Mike?
Yeah, I think overall Indiana is going to keep showing their struggles. I think there's enough there to put up a little bit of a fight. At the end of the day, I think Braum and Louisville walk away with the W here. I think it's going to be Louisville 20, Indiana 10.
Okay. Go Blue.
45-6.
Wow.
Great.
Dang. Okay. And we're also getting Darreel's prediction. 42-24, and they play 9 quarterbacks again. Wow. Okay.
Good Lord.
Minnesota Dave.
I'm gonna say it's gonna be 24 to a 10. I mean, offensively, I don't see anything from Indiana unless they can probably get some defensive touchdowns. Pick sixes and fumbles. I mean, Indiana's
is the only way, I think. And finally, we've got Jason.
I don't know. My gut's telling me this is going to be closer than people think. I want to say Louisville 24, Indiana 14.
That's what I was going to go with. So yeah, they're going to win, but yeah, I could see it being a push. So we
I'm a Ten guy too, but I mean, yeah, sometimes it's just you can't even pick the Big Ten team.
Yeah. Michael, yeah, so normally we go till about 10 p.m. Eastern because that makes our show about 4 hours all in with Mark's block and my block. We will be, in fact, our next topic is going to be about everybody's teams. So we will do that. But Michael, we do encourage you to call in to the next call-in show. Obviously, we go Monday, 6 p.m. Eastern to 10 p.m. Eastern. All Big Ten, all the time for those 4 hours. So final game before we do that team performance discussion. So Virginia Tech is marching into New Jersey, where Rutgers is favored by 7, and they have been looking actually kind of decent. So do we think Rutgers is going to continue their streak against Virginia Tech?
I do.
Okay, Jason, why is that?
I just think Rutgers is a better team than Virginia Tech. Virginia Tech doesn't look good right now. And plus Purdue beat Virginia Tech too, so I don't know. Just from what I've seen, I think Rutgers is a better team.
Yeah, but I would almost think that Purdue Virginia Tech is an outlier because a game that should have taken 3.5 hours took like what, 9?
Yeah, because that weather delay.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's some pretty bad weather on Saturday. I hope everybody's doing okay in Virginia and North Carolina.
Me too.
Yeah. Jason is right. Rutgers and Shiano need this one. Yeah, if they want to hit a bowl, they got to win this game for sure.
I believe they can, but I will tell you what's pretty amazing about this game is they got some history together, being in the Big East from from the early 90s to 2003. Although it wasn't very pleasant because Rutgers couldn't even get a single win against Virginia Tech when Virginia Tech was in the Big East. But the last time they did beat Virginia Tech was, well, no, my mistake. They did beat Virginia Tech in 92. So they beat them that one time. So if they beat Virginia Tech on Saturday, it'll be the first time since 1992. How sweet would that be, man?
And I think Rutgers has a better defense than Purdue also.
Yeah, this isn't the Virginia Tech of old. I feel like that.
Yeah, Virginia Tech is awful.
Yeah. So score predictions, and then Michael does bring up we should probably cover briefly Purdue Syracuse. So score predictions for Virginia Tech at Rutgers. We'll start with let's go Jason first this time.
I don't think there's going to be a lot of scoring in this game, but I do have Rutgers winning 20-10.
Okay. Minnesota Dave?
I think Rutgers can pull it off. I don't know what the score will be. I don't even have any interest.
We can,
I'm
you
sorry.
can say skip if you want.
I'm going to go Rutgers 16-9.
Okay. Go blue.
What was Rutgers' last game?
Rutgers.
Temple.
What was the score?
36-7.
Yeah, 36-7.
Okay. I'm gonna go Rutgers 50.
24.
I'm gonna go Rutgers 50-30.
Wow. Okay.
Oh,
The bold. You're doing the bold predictions.
Rutgers don't score like that.
Yeah, because I want Rutgers' hopes to be real high when they go into that beatdown against Michigan.
Oh my God.
Buckeye Mike, what do you think?
Well, I thought Rutgers was going to lose anyway, and I was going to make it close. But should I do what I was going to do, or just for that, should I make it a beatdown?
Oh, go by your instincts on this one, man.
Yeah, go with your gut.
Yeah, I do think Virginia Tech's going to win, and they're just going to rip Rutgers' hearts out. It's going to be 14-13 VTech.
Wow.
Second touchdown by Virginia.
Wow, that's bold, Cotton.
Oh my God. I don't think Virginia Tech's gonna beat down Rutgers. Honestly, I mean, I think 2011 just called and said they want their year back. But I will say though, it's gonna be a Rutgers 28-20 victory over Virginia Tech.
Okay. I am gonna go 24-10 Rutgers. Okay. So I'm quickly making one for our friend Michael Hogue on Purdue. So please correct me if I'm wrong here. But okay. So Syracuse at Purdue. Yes, so they are going to West Lafayette. They are favored by 2.5. What do we think on? Does anyone have a thought on this one?
Cover your ears, Michael Hogg. I got a thought on it. I think they're going to win by a lot more than that.
Syracuse. Okay.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, Michael, feel free to give your comment about this game, and I'll definitely post it here. I do think Syracuse is good. We're not going to do score predictions on this one. I think Syracuse is going to win. But it'll probably be a tighter game. But yeah, without that offense, without that Braum offense, I just don't see it. Michael says Purdue is going to turn Syracuse into OJ and get their revenge for last year's debacle. Purdue wins 34-17.
After last week,
Do we have to ask ourselves how bad is Purdue or how good is Fresno State? Because that's what it comes down to.
Yeah.
How bad is Purdue?
Well,
all right. Actually, we will talk a little Michigan, Ohio State, because our final topic for the season really is for I Didn't Hear No Bell is talk about your team from week 2 and expectations for week 3. So for those of you asking for Ohio State, Michigan, there you go, because we're going to be talking about that a little bit, and we're going to start with Jason on this one. Talk a little bit about how you think Michigan did this past week and what your expectations are for this upcoming one.
Well, like I was saying earlier, I watched the game overall. I thought they did some things pretty well, but I thought there's some things they could work on, especially in the run game. They need to work on being more consistent on their runs. I noticed they did get some big runs, but they were getting stuffed on a few more, like 1-2 yard runs. So I think more consistency needs to be addressed. But overall, I think JJ JJ's on fire right now, and I don't see him stopping anytime soon. So yeah, I'm liking the outlook though. I think we'll be there in the run. The run game will be there probably another week or two, but I like our outcome. I think we have a really good chance of not only winning the Big Ten but also winning the national championship. I think we have a really good chance.
There you go.
I'm dying over here.
Let's go Minnesota Dave.
What I think about the Gophers?
Oh, he's trying to rev me up.
I think the Gophers are going to be, I think they're going to do pretty well. I think they'll be doing a lot better than half the experts thought. It's going to be a learning curve for the younger players. I really do think they're going to be another 8-4 team, maybe if lucky 9-3.
Yeah, they tend to do that a lot. 8
Yeah.
wins.
Yeah, I just look at the schedule, and it's if they can pull off an upset against like I said, North Carolina, that would make it more interesting and see what type of Gopher team we actually have here. I mean, Nebraska's not all that good to really, go by, and Eastern Michigan is still a MAC team, even though I think this is an Eastern Michigan team that's probably going to win the Mid-American Conference. But and speaking of which, I think Eastern Michigan's head coach might be, if it'd be a huge consideration for the Michigan State job.
Chris Creighton, yeah, he could.
I mean, he's able to recruit in Detroit, and that's what you have to do in Michigan.
Absolutely. Let's go Blue.
Look, man, this is the best Michigan team I have ever seen. And we talking about this run game. We struggle a little bit of run game, but I'm not even worried about that. With the O-line going gel, I'm not concerned about it. And once it does, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? I really don't know what you're gonna do. JJ McCarthy's out here making NFL throws. He's the best play action passer in the country, according to PFF. Once you get that two-headed monster in the backfield going, it's pick your poison. You want to die this way or die that way? What are you going to do? And the defense. This is the best front seven I've seen in Michigan. It's the deepest. It's the biggest. It's the fast.
I will say I'm little. Yeah, go for it. Oh, you're starting to matrix out on us. Go Blue.
Okay, I'm back. They're already. Yeah, my bad. I'm back.
Yeah, the Matrix has you.
I'm back.
The Matrix.
It's too much Michigan talk. The system can't handle it.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Back to what I was saying. You might as well set a picnic up in the backfield. They back so much. I mean, unlike that school down south that can't get no pressure against Youngstown State and is getting pushed back with all that 5-star talent on the D line. Our guys looking like 2021 Georgia on that D line.
I mean, he's not lying though. He ain't lying there.
So I'm just saying, get this. We didn't even have our starting secondary. We haven't had a starting secondary. We had our second string secondary, and they still doing this. So am I excited for week 3? Yeah. I'm excited for another scrimmage. I'm excited for another practice. Of course. Let's get them reps in. That's all I got to say.
Another scrimmage. Yep. Bowling Green is definitely not the most terrifying opponent. That's true.
Buckeye they did beat Minnesota somehow. I have no idea how they beat us that year.
Buckeye Mike, talk about how your team fared week 2 and what your expectations are for week 3.
All right. Including Ohio State fans, everybody between my state and the state up north. Cool your Jets. You ain't playing nobody.
Yeah, you ain't either. You ain't looking so great. Hey, you ain't either. You ain't looking so great.
Okay, but let Buckeye Mike talk.
the stats are going to look lopsided, especially if your team up north, looks supposedly as good as it does.
Hey,
First of all,
suppose it.
for specifically Ohio State, my expectations were met because you spread out the ball a little bit more than usual.
Mm-hmm.
And everybody got some love. Marv got his 2 touchdowns. Trey got his 2 touchdowns.
Mm-hmm.
You got a little bit more look from Devin Brown. Kyle McCord is finding his groove. It's exactly what you want.
Hey, Buckeye Mike, quick question.
Okay.
Let him finish. Let Buckeye Mike finish.
With that being said, we are in a new era of Ohio State football, and I'm not talking about losing to my toilet paper. I'm talking about the way the offense is ran, the style of offense that we have. It's complete reversal from the way that it was under Meyer and the first part of Ryan Day's tenure with Meyer's guys. It's totally different. That's why the product looks different. And may I remind you that a win is a win. Mm-hmm. It doesn't matter if it's 30-3, 23-3, 35-7.
Yep.
We're seeing what we need to see out of our guys, and I can't wait to see more. But I'm ready for Big Ten play to start because right now everybody's just padding stats all around.
Hey, I got one quick question for Buckeye Mike.
Okay.
What is your third down conversion rate ranked in the country right now?
I don't care, dude. I do
114.
Because
114.
I do not care because there's still a lot to work on, and there's still
I see that.
There's still 9 games to go. And guess what? You really want to start that because y'all been working towards where you at now for years, and Ohio State's usually been.
Yeah, well, guess what? We here and you going down under. You going the other direction.
All right.
You should probably win a playoff game.
Oh, we going to this? I can't wait. JJ McBurrow is going to be slicing and dicing like he had a pizza shop, making smoothies, cutting up fruit.
You know, Go Blue, you should join us for when we do 30-minute war with myself and with Buckeye Mike. So join us, and we'll definitely continue that conversation.
Hey, I'm with you, man. I'm here for the entertainment, man. That's what I bring.
Love it.
I will say the third down conversion rate being 114th of the nation, that is something I would definitely worry about because you're going to go up against Notre Dame the week after you play Western Kentucky. So that is something to be worried about.
I mean, Urban Meyer said don't worry about anything right now. As long as everything looks fine and dandy and you beat Notre Dame, that's what everybody forgets.
Hey, I need your copium dealer because I need some of that copium that you got.
All right.
I got it from your copium dealer.
So we know, Jackson, that that your team is an SEC team, but you are on our panel, which means you also get to talk. I'm sorry about your team performance in week 2, and what do you think could do better in week 3?
Well, we got to get more disciplined. We had 10 penalties in the game last Saturday against Texas. We've got to cut down on penalties. We've got to get more disciplined. And we should whoop South Florida, I would say 49-17.
Wow. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
But the key to beating Alabama is great quarterback play, and Quinn Ewers showed that.
Oh, geez. I mean, next level quarterback play in that game.
I mean, can we all agree? Can we all agree at this point that if Quinn didn't get hurt last year, they would have beat him last year because it's obvious now?
I can agree to that.
Yeah, I think most Bama fans that I've talked to agree that if Quinn Ewers had stayed in, they would have won that game.
So there we go.
But I think he's actually taken another gear this year. I think he looks. I mean, just the throws he was making, it was very impressive. And I think.
Oh yeah, he's great. Another miss by Ryan Day, but yeah, he's great.
Do you think, Jackson? Do you think there's a chance that Milroe is benched?
That I don't know. I really don't know, but I hope he gets better.
Yeah, because you got Tyler Buckner waiting in the wings. You got Simpson waiting in the wings. I mean, Milroe he did make some.
But as I always say, don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. So I'm not going to do that on Joe Miller just yet.
I will make a bold prediction. I don't think Milroe finishes the season as a starting QB.
I heard.
Is that bold?
I heard that there were talks that Bama wanted their version of Stetson Bennett, and they saw Tyler Buckner as their version of Stetson Bennett.
I don't know what they were watching.
I think we should have gotten Grayson McCall to be our QB, honestly. Convince him to leave that place, Coastal Carolina, and come to Bama.
Well, there you go.
We didn't.
We got to get Jackson in on the staff to evaluate the talent, so that way we can start getting some of these folks.
I don't know what good I could do, but I'll probably.
Hey Jackson, let me get your opinion, man. Do you think Bama's offensive line, like they talk about how big it is, but to me, it's not always about size, man. Right. It's just not. Like
it's the motion of the ocean.
But you know what I'm saying? Like sometimes size could be to your detriment. Like you're not putting the right weight on. Like to me, they look a little sluggish.
Yeah. Well, we'll have to get the kinks worked out against South Florida for sure. I mean,
yeah, got a nice cupcake to kind of get right.
Yeah, this isn't like the 2007 South Florida. I mean, this is a dung heap South Florida.
You know what the danger you could run into, though, Jackson, is there could be a lot of games that Milroe will win because of his athleticism, and he does hit deep balls. And then, the coaching staff might be like, man, he's winning us these games. He's playing good. But then when you play like an LSU or something, those little hiccups in his game are going to show back up. So they're going to have a tough time really deciding what to do, I feel like.
Well, we'll definitely see how the rest schedule pans out. I mean, I know everybody was talking about how the SEC had a down week in week 2. Honestly, it kind of feels like the Big Ten in week 2 from 2014. I'm not saying there's going to be a national title. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying there's some possible similarities between the two.
Well, don't forget, Bama used to lose to Ole Miss early in the season.
That's true. Yeah.
So
that is true.
Oh yes. I love seeing this continue to be mentioned. LSU got skull drugged by Florida State.
Yeah, they got prison right.
Yeah, Florida State drug them by the collar is what they did.
Hey, you know what's crazy about Florida State? And a lot of this has to do with the gap, I feel like, is their quarterback was in the same recruiting class as Trevor Lawrence. Think about that for a second.
That is, yeah. That's a lot.
Yeah.
That 2020 year, is still affecting how deep some of these rosters are.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it should be the last year.
I'm just going to say that I think Bama's going to lose 3 games.
Yep.
They just lost to Texas. I think they're going to lose 3 games, and I think they'll end up playing Minnesota in like the Citrus Bowl or something.
Well, I said they would lose 3 or 4 games, so I might be right.
Which do you know? I'm sure Minnesota Dave knows. Do you know that the last time Bama played Minnesota was the 04
Mississippi Bowl. Mississippi Bowl. And they beat them.
Yep.
I forget what was it? I think it was 29 to like 14 or something like that. It was like really a lot of field goals by Minnesota, but they still ended up winning that game.
It's like 14, 24.
Yeah, and it was on ESPN. I remember watching that game as a boy.
So when did Nick Saban become a coach for Bama?
Like
He
06, I
became
think.
the head
06,
coach in
07.
2007.
07.
Yeah.
2007.
Greatest run in college football history.
Yep.
Yeah.
So, Go Blue, how old are you? Are you like under 18?
Am I under 18? Nah,
Yeah,
man.
because you said this year's was the greatest Michigan team you've ever seen. I would argue that 2006 is probably the greatest Michigan team.
Nah, man. You gonna see. Don't worry. November, you gonna find out.
You're gonna find out. All right, I think it's time for everybody's favorite segment, final thought, and where can people find you on the internet? And we're gonna start with Go Blue. Final thought for you, and where can people find you?
Hey, you won't find me on the internet. You know where you will find me? Houston, on the camera when we up 40-0 over whoever it is. That's where you gonna find me.
Okay, Houston. Okay.
Yeah, we gonna be there. You know, we gonna be laughing at Ohio State after they lose their third game. You know what I'm saying? Which is gonna be us, obviously, in a beatdown at the big house. JJ's gonna be laughing at McCord like, you took this guy. Like you picked this guy. Like what were you thinking? You see me wheeling and dealing out here, slicing and dicing like I'm in a pizza shop. Like, come on, man.
All right. Anything else for us, or
No, man, I'm just excited, man. Everyone tune in, watch Michigan Week 3. If you want to see an NFL team at the college level, that's the game you need to watch.
see? I don't even need to say anything because I got Go Blue here to represent Michigan. I don't need to, and Jason. I don't need to say anything. So Go Blue. I wish you Go Blue, and we'll see you next time. And thanks for being on the panel.
Of course, man. Have a great day, man. Go blue forever. JJ McBurrow on the way.
There you go. All right. With that said, Minnesota Dave, you're up next. Final thought, and if you'd like to share where people could find you.
Well, this is fun, and where you can find me is at the University of Minnesota working as a custodian, and I'd rather be a custodian at the U than a Wisconsin alum.
All right. Well,
and then I'm thinking about starting a podcast with a friend of mine. We're going to talk maybe about Vikings and Gopher football, and we're going to probably call it the Purple Gopher.
Oh, sweet, man. Where can we find it?
And we haven't started it yet, so we're just talking about it. It's in talks.
the Purple Gopher.
Sweet.
There,
Gopher.
there you go.
That's a good show.
All right.
All right.
And
Find
row
him
the
at the-
boat, Skyuma. I'm out of here. See you later.
All right. Bye, Minnesota Dave. Yes, find him at the Purple Gopher eventually. So there you go. You got to have big dreams. I think that's important. All right, let's go. Jason, you're up next. Final thought.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, you can find me on Twitter. I'm on there for recruiting purposes. That's really only the social media I do. But if I'm not there, I'm around YouTube. I'm on here all the time, so you guys know. But yeah, that's about it. Thanks for having me on the show, John. Appreciate it, and go blue.
Go Blue, Jason. Thanks for being on.
Go Blue,
Thanks.
Moose.
All right, we got Buckeye Mike up next. Final thought, where can people find you?
Final thought, hope for another Buckeye W this weekend and just all around awesome football. If you want to watch a professional college football team, go watch Georgia football. That's the real college football team, and have been around for a few years at this level before Michigan was there. So go watch UGA. Where you can find me at the Buckeye Mike channel. You can find me over at the Shady Sports Network channel. You can find me on Twitter right there on the other side of Buckeye Mike. That's my Twitter. You can find me all around. In fact, we got to talk at some point in the next day or two, John, about doing the show. But if we can find some time to do it, we'll do it.
We'll do it. We'll do it.
Yeah, you can just catch me around in the chat sometime, and everybody have a good one. Go Bucks, go Blue, ski ma, go Gophers.
There
Lucky
you
Badger.
There you go. Yes, everybody should sub to Buckeye Mike. And I have the link right there in the chat. So go ahead and do that. And we'll be doing 30-minute war probably Wednesday. We'll just come up with the time sometime after the Michigan show, obviously. But we'll figure it out. But all right, Buckeye Mike, thanks for being on.
Adios. Thank you, brother.
All right, later. Okay, and last but certainly not least, Mr. Jackson.
Well, you can find me on Twitter, where I go on about whatever's going on in college football world, NFL world, and whatever else is going on, of course. And you can also find me on Threads and on Instagram, see what I have to say on everything else. And you can also find me on YouTube. And later you will see my latest episode of the Jacksonian, episode 11, where I have Justin Adams, the co-host of Cheesy Corn Sports and the post-game host of Nebraska football at The Voice College Football, where we talk about Nebraska football and what's going on with them, but we have plenty more important conversations. What are they? Tune in to find out.
How about
that? I'll be honest, I learned a lot more from my guest on this latest episode of the Jacksonian. I learned a lot.
I learn a ton. Anytime I have a guest, I learn a lot. It's always great to, and you're bringing high caliber folks. So everybody needs to check that out. But thank you so much, Jackson, for being on the panel.
Oh, thank you for having me on, Johnny.
All right, Jackson, have a good one. And from there, we are going to have some quick housekeeping notes. Again, today was the 9/11 memorial show a little bit. We mostly talked about football, obviously, but whatever you want to do, whether it's donating to first responder groups or, in my case, climbing 2,076 steps with the Stairmaster to do the 9/11 firefighter challenge, or whatever you decide you want to do to commemorate, feel free to do that. And Michael Hogue, come onto the panel. 8 to 10 p.m. Eastern is the Ocho. Or you can also come on to Michigan Post Game Live Saturdays after the game, because we also do a call-in. So if you want to talk to me, you can also do that, and that's another way that we can chat. So a couple quick reminders. Again, we do have a new sponsor, which we strongly recommend everybody check out, ticketsmarter.com. Everybody has their need for tickets. Obviously, it is football season. Get your tickets at ticketsmarter.com and use promo code BIG. If you have a purchase of at least $100, you get $10 off. Use code BIG20 if you have a purchase of at least $300, and you get $20 off. Ticketsmarter.com, get your tickets. It's football season, as we know, and we have a merch store with a bunch of tremendous products for everybody involved. So if you go to the merch store, sort by best selling, and you can get yourself a t-shirt, a keychain, a coffee mug, a hoodie, high quality swimming trunks, coasters, all kinds of things, bucket hats, canvas shoes, more shirts, top 25, embroidered aprons. And we even have team channel stuff too. So we've got like Michigan football at the Voice of College Football, USC football at the Voice of College Football, and so on and so forth. Here's an Iowa one. Since Iowa's also Big Ten, I'll show that one as well. You got a couple of great items there. So go to topqualityshirts.com/collections/Mark Rogers. And I will put the link right here to that so everybody can go get their merch right now. yes, we have we have. I don't know the details of the swimming trunks, Joe, other than they are high quality, because all of our stuff is high quality. I have a couple of things now from the merch store, and all of it has held up very well through real use, because I've used all of it multiple times. In addition to that, of course, when you're doing your shopping on Amazon, as many of us do from time to time, you might as well use the Voice of College Football link and get Mark Rogers a couple of bucks. Because what's wrong with that, right? So just click on the link in any description and any video when you're doing your shopping on Amazon. Just click that, and then Mark Rogers gets a couple of bucks. Join our Discord, Patreon, Talk Wolverines, or any school. I'm on the Michigan folder for a second, but or become a YouTube member. We have exclusive content. Okay, watch parties are going to be happening every week now that are exclusive to Patreon and YouTube membership. We're going to have Mark has a betting guide that is done very, very well. So we've got that going on. So lots of things happening. Patreon starts at $5. YouTube membership starts at $2.99. If you'd like to contribute in any way, we thank you for that, and just send us a super chat, and then your comment or question gets read on screen. And finally, we have 2 new channels. Obviously, this is a Big Ten show, but we do have a new SEC channel at youtube.com/this. And then we've got a new Big 12 channel as well. Let's go into any final comments that people have for us before we wrap. Again, my name is John Diadamo, and I host this show, the Ocho, Big Ten Live, 8 p.m. Eastern Block, as well as Michigan Wolverines Live. And coming up in less than an hour is the USC Trojans live show. And so I'm going to post that link right here so that everybody can just directly head straight over. And what you can say is, tell them John sent you. Tell them the Big Ten show sent you, so that we can get some, they can see all the love that's coming in from the Big Ten show. Casey, thank you for your comment. Thank you to every veteran that's in the chat. I know Michael's here somewhere. Thank you to every veteran that's in the chat who has devoted their lives to America. And also thank you to first responders who, whether they were part of 9/11 or not, first responders are very important. So I hope you do something to commemorate 9/11 if you haven't already. There's a lot of Mel Tucker jokes in the chat. I'm going to leave those off air. Let's see. Roll Tide from an Air Force retiree, and thank you for serving our country. And yes, Michael, thank you as well. We really appreciate that. Wounded Warriors, great organization. So there is a suggestion right there of a somewhere that you could potentially donate. And with that said, coming up next is USC Trojans Live, 11 p.m. Eastern, 8 p.m. Pacific, with Mark Rogers and Matt Zemek, where you can learn all about USC and what's going on with that program. Obviously, they had a really good showing this past game. So I'm sure they'll talk about that and some of the defensive adjustments that have been made. And I believe it's a bye week after this. So they'll probably talk about the bye week and what they're going to do for practice, and obviously the week following. So with that said, any final thoughts? There we go. America. There you go. Absolutely. Okay. I think we've pretty much exhausted pretty much all discussions of everything. So we're gonna wish you all a great night. Thank you for those of you who hit the like button. If you haven't hit the like button, that's the one thing I forgot to mention. Hit the like button. It's free. It's free. Hit the like, hit the subscribe, and then hit the bell to get notified when we're live. All of that is free. So please do that. We work hard on these shows, Mark especially, in putting together this entire network. The least we can do is hit the like button. Even if we don't have 2 pennies to rub together, because I've been there, at least hit that like. Thank you so much. And one more time, I'll put the link to USC Trojans Live. Everybody go in there and absolutely. Yes, go blue, Mike, as well. Thank you. Okay, we're getting all the last comments rolling in here. All right, everybody. I hope you all have a great night. I'll see some of you over at USC Trojans Live. If you can't make the show, at least hit the like button for them to get them revved up and get them started. So in about 40 minutes, we'll be over there. So I have time to walk my dog and maybe get a snack and then and a beverage, and then I'll kick back and watch that show that I don't have to host. So that I love that, when I can just kick back for a bit and enjoy another show. Thanks all so much. And until next time, as I always like to say, go blue, and we'll see you around.